your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Still me until further notice. I mean, you'll know when it's not me, especially if you are listening to Crosstalk, if you're making your way over from Crosstalk. If you're not, and you're just tuning in every day at 10 a.m. on the dot, yep, still me. I guess one day you'll be surprised here one day in the near future. This is our reality. This is how it was with baby number one. We don't know what it's like for the due date or anything before the due date to actually matter. So we got sports talk to take you up to 2 p.m., 916-339-1140. It is a Throw It Down Thursday. Call on in and throw down with your best takes. Could be on the Sacramento Kings, could be on your Athletics of Sacramento, formerly of Oakland, headed to Las Vegas, could be your San Francisco Giants, could be your Las Vegas Raiders, and oh yeah, I'll throw in the San Francisco 49ers as well. By the way, Nick Bosa, man, oh man, going ahead and look, he was asked about his personal, what would success look like personally for him? And he didn't do the thing. And it's one of those situations. And when I'm talking about doing the thing, he didn't do the championship thing. He said, well, I've already reached the pinnacle of success. I was defensive player of the year. Now, it's funny to me because people out there pick and choose who has to do the thing. Nick Bosa, I'd call him a leader of the team, wouldn't you? Or maybe he's not. Maybe he's just a really good player on the team. But Nick Bosa was asked about personal success, and I get that because I posted about it. People said, Allen, he's talking about personal success. Why are you getting on him? Right? Niner fans getting on Nick Bosa. He was asked about personal success. Even when you're asked about personal success, leaders still do the thing, right? Is it not personal success to be Super Bowl champion Nick Bosa instead of former defensive player of the year? And real quick, just for all the haters out there, if being defensive player of the year for a defender is a pinnacle of success, what's MVP and what does that mean for Cam Newton? Because a lot of people got a lot of things to say about Cam Newton, especially when he said Brock Purdy was not a game changer. So I just want to know, 916-339-1140. Oh, yeah, by the way, Kawhi the Crook is still running around doing his thing. And so I'm picturing, what is it? The Hamburglar. I'm picturing Steve Ballmer in a Hamburglar outfit. And look, Kawhi isn't actually the Crook, but it just has a better ring. Help me out here. Steve Ballmer the what? Keep it clean for the airwaves. But Kawhi the Crook just has such a good ring to it. I know he's technically not the Crook, or he's not the Crook by himself, but I need Steve Ballmer. I need something, and I can't think of anything right now that just rolls off the tongue like Kawhi the Crook. So I really mean Steve Ballmer, okay? But I need something that kind of rolls off the tongue because Kawhi the Crook just rolls off the tongue. What's up, Kyle? I thought you were hopping in, Kyle. You were looking at me. Kyle is completely dumbfounded right
Sorry, my headphones weren't working for some reason. Please repeat what you were saying.
No, I thought you were ready to hop in with something.
With Ballmer?
Yeah, I thought you had something for me.
I do not.
Okay, all right.
We're going to crowdsource this
That's
thing.
right. We'll keep crowdsourcing it along with Kawhi the Crook. Well, from Kawhi the Crook to the NFL is king. Today is the day. Tonight is the night. Cowboys, Eagles. We're going to do this. We're going to build up this game. Hopefully it's a good one. The Eagles might crush the Cowboys. And Prop Talk returns because of it. We're going to probably still, thank you, Kyle. We're probably still going to take overs because it's just much more fun to take overs. But the reality is a bunch of unders are going to hit today. Okay, that's what's going to happen. A bunch of unders are going to hit. Maybe I'll pick some unders, but it's just so much more fun to take the over. So Prop Talk returns, and how could I bury this lead along with the Kawhi the Crook stuff? We finally have a free agent signing since Nerlens Noel, and it did not go well for Nerlens Noel. Cam Thomas says, I am going to bet on myself. Okay? This came out this morning from Shams. Restricted free agent Cam Thomas is signing a 1-year, $6 million qualifying offer to return to the Brooklyn Nets, sources tell ESPN. Sides were unable to reach a new deal, so the qualifying offer gives Thomas a full no-trade clause and 2026 unrestricted free agency with more than 10 cap space teams. Here's the problem. Nets Daily is reporting, not that the Nets actually have an offense, but Nets Daily is reporting, and that's no disrespect to Jordy Fernandez, it's just a mess over there. Nets Daily is reporting that the Nets don't have any plans to feature Cam Thomas in the offense. This is surprising because clearly the Nets have not watched Cam Thomas play basketball. There is no decision to be made. If Cam Thomas is in the basketball game, he is shooting the basketball. So the only way you are not going to quote unquote feature Cam Thomas is to not play Cam Thomas. And with all these legality conversations going on with Kawhi Leonard and Steve Ballmer, I don't know how the Nets pull this off. But if you're the Warriors with Jonathan Kaminga, then the question becomes, who should feel better today? Because the Warriors might feel better saying, look, Kaminga, this is what happens if you sign that qualifying offer. We can kind of mess around and not put you in a good spot. And whatever your value is now, you may not add on to it. On the other side, the Nets are a trash can, okay? And they want to be a trash can. They're tanking. The Warriors got bigger fish to fry. So as much as the Warriors might say, look, Kaminga, you signed the qualifying offer, we don't have to feature you at all. And Kaminga might say, you don't have to, but everyone on your team is 47 years old. You're probably going to need to. You might not want to, but this is not the Nets. You're not trying to get a top pick. So Jimmy Butler needs a day off. Steph needs a day off. You weren't able, because of this situation, your DeAnthony Meltons, he's not a second option. You got Al Horford, who's also in his late 30s. You might need me. So as much as the Warriors might feel good, look, Kaminga, look what could happen if you sign that qualifying offer. Kaminga say, yeah, y'all not the Nets. You want to sit me? Cool. When Jimmy Butler has to miss a game because he's making coffee somewhere in Colombia, who are you going to call? All right? So
Ghostbusters?
You're going to call Jonathan Kaminga once again. So that is everything that kind of popped off there. Like I said, the NFL is back, so we got a ton of NFL talk for you. Nick Sirianni, I've defended Nick Sirianni, but I can't defend this. And we're trying to get the full story here, but apparently the Eagles are staying in their locker room. So it's enough now. We've had enough. Jalen Hurts still has his background, his phone background of losing the Super Bowl. Okay, fine, right? Now all of a sudden, Sirianni saying he didn't know it was banner night. What? And the Eagles, as of right now, are not going to be out there on their home field to see the banner drop from winning a Super Bowl because they're so focused. There's a couple stories out that they're so focused on this season they've moved on, but also Sirianni didn't realize it was banner night. Enough. It's giving fake hustle. Y'all know how I hate fake hustle. Y'all know how I hate, I know that ball that I hit is foul, but I'm going to sprint down first baseline anyway to show coach and show my team how much I care. I just got hit by a pitch, and I'm going to sprint to first base because I'm manly, and I need to just run and show my team how hyped up I am. Now, Drew Gilbert, they keep on highlighting Drew Gilbert, his pre-pitch what he does for his pre-pitch, right? He jumps up in the air, and he's getting great jumps on the baseball. That's what he does. He's been doing that for a very long time. Okay, his routine, his pre-pitch routine. Sometimes it's hard to identify fake hustle. The Eagles are the best team in the NFC as of right now. You got to go. It goes through Philly. We understand that. But this type of stuff, you may never see a Super Bowl again. Anything could happen. And you are going to keep your team from seeing the banner, what is a tradition in the NFL, to prove to the rest of the NFL, yeah, we're about this season. What type of cornball activity are we talking about here?
I will say, not to defend Nick Sirianni, because it's not that serious.
It's really not. Oh man, I wasn't worried about the Eagles because of the Super Bowl hangover, but since they didn't see the banner fall, now I'm worried about them.
But again, it's reasons like this why they almost fired Sirianni a year ago.
It's ridiculous. And don't forget the Saquon thing. This was different because they hadn't won the Super Bowl yet, but Saquon could have broken that record. Cool conversation. And I said, hey, Sirianni talked to Saquon. They had a conversation. But this is too – how many things are you going to take away from your team?
Sirianni's like Joe Mazzulla, but not in a fun way, is the best way I can say it. But I will say, in slight defense of Sirianni, banner night, kind of overrated.
Doesn't matter. Who are you to say that?
I mean, come on. All they do is like, oh, it's time for our banner. At least in the NBA, they're like giving you the rings on opening night. This is like, oh, hey, we're going to do a 10-minute ceremony with a video montage, and now we're going to drop the banner. Cool. Now it's here.
The only thing, and like I said, we have the audio to clear this up, but the only thing that would give him a pass is if this happened organic. Not him saying, guys, I was thinking, let's not go for banner night. No, that's so corny. If somebody came to him, or as a team, Jalen Hurts, our fear is not that we're inadequate, whatever stupid quote he wants to say. If they came to him and said, we don't want to do banner night, then of course that's completely different. And if he's falling on the sword, whatever. But if he started, hey guys, we're not doing banner night. And I look, I told y'all I'm watching the Cowboys documentary. There's a very kind of Jimmy Johnson-esque thing to do, but even Jimmy Johnson would let them enjoy things, man. It's just unnecessary to me. It's unnecessary. That's where I'm at.
And then once you've seen one banner night, you've seen them all. And I get it. A lot of these Eagle players haven't seen banner night, but
they'll never have an opportunity to see another.
Whatever. You run out of the tunnel and look at the banner. It's fine. I mean, the banners aren't even cool anymore. They're just like the Super Bowl logo, Super Bowl champion. It's like they're not even cool.
This is from Ryan Smith, Ballmer, the Bamboozler.
See, that sounds like a magician.
Well, he did make money disappear.
Yeah, Ballmer's great at that. But Ballmer the Bamboozler sounds like he's doing a stage act, like a performance.
Yeah, so this is from John Corrales of the Boston Sports Journal. It says that Leonard also received $20 million in company stock, according to the Boston Sports Journal. None of the high-powered executives were consulted about the massive $28 million endorsement deal Leonard signed, and it was presented as is. The $28 million deal was to be paid in quarterly installments over 4 years, but it was not the only compensation Leonard received. According to a high-level source, I'm taking that. I got a high-level I'm taking that. There is a handshake. According to a high-level source, there is a possibility of a handshake agreement. I can't wait to use that. According to a high-level source, Leonard also cut aside. Can I say low? Can you say low-level source?
Sure.
How many low-level sources do you have?
This is like medium high and medium low.
Yeah, I got a medium level source. All right, let me focus here.
Medium low source.
Leonard also cut a side deal with aspiration to receive an additional $20 million in company stock. The stock was to be paid out from Sandberg's personal holdings in the company over 4 years.
Just Sandberg, for reference, the co-founder.
That's right.
Went to jail.
That would have brought the total compensation for Leonard to $48 million, which is very close to the $50 million Ballmer invested in the company, which he reportedly invested at a higher price than other investors, according to Boston Sports Journal. The Oak Tree commitment to aspiration came at $10 a share. This is what Carmichael Day was talking about during Crosstalk. But Ballmer paid a premium of $11 per share, raising his overall investment to $50 million. Typically, an investor of Ballmer's caliber would have been wooed with a discount share price, so the company would tout the investment of a major player. So it stinks, but even still, Dave said, hey, here's the smoking gun. Look, man, like I said, I watch a lot of Law and Order. You got to take it to Carisi. You got to take it to whoever the lawyer is at that time, are they going to say, yeah, we have enough here, right? Or are they going to say, you need more? I don't know if Carisi is saying, and Carisi's new school, because he was one of the, he was one of the cops, right? Or one of the agents, and now he is a lawyer. I don't know if Carisi is saying we can go to court with this. I think they still need more, Kyle.
I think you're probably right, but again, no actual crimes have been committed here. That's the easiest way I can explain it, right? These are, and this, we're going to NBA court, I guess is the easiest way I should phrase this. In NBA court, I think they have a pretty cut and dry case. I mean, Pablo Torre laid it all out, basically, and there's still, I think he said 4,000 more documents to sift through. But he essentially lays out, I finally did listen to the whole podcast. He essentially lays out cut and dry how this happened. He kind of like reverse engineers it, right? From how you get the bankruptcy filing to how it starts kind of situation. And I think the NBA's got, I mean, he's just turning over the evidence. I think the NBA is going to have a cut and dry case in NBA court to be able to say this is salary cap circumvention. Now, again, in real court, none of this matters. The company can pay Kawhi Leonard $28 million all they want. It doesn't make a difference. But I think they're going to have a pretty clear-cut case that Kawhi probably was being paid by a company Steve Ballmer invested in, and his funds were. The only thing they're going to have a problem with is, can they prove that Ballmer specifically wanted his funds to be directed to this Kawhi deal? Can they prove that? That's going to be, I think, pretty tough. Because if they can prove that, they've got a slam dunk of a case.
And on the other side, not the other side of the segment because it's a 30-minute segment, no commercials as we do at the top of every hour, but on the other side of the coin with the NBA and how they want to approach this, the owners, we're going to find out pretty quickly whether or not the other owners have engaged in such activity, because they don't want the light shined on them either, or if they feel, hey, this is not cool, nobody else is doing this, or whoever, you're going to tell on yourself based on how you react to this. So this thing is going to be very hairy, the way that the NBA has to go about it. And the larger question is, what happens to Kawhi Leonard? I had people texting me, Allen, do you think Kawhi is going to miss any time? I don't think he's missing any time or anything like that. I mean, the brother, look, you can just retire at this point, right? But the other part of this, funny enough, Shark Tank did come on yesterday, and someone took a deal. She came in, and it was, I think she might have even said 10%, ended up doing a deal for 20, right? And that's exactly what we talked about on yesterday's show. The funny thing is, as I'm watching, it was one of the guest Sharks along with the rest of the crew. If you're Steve Ballmer, is the elephant in the room here that in order, and I got to be really careful here, and I'm not accusing Steve Ballmer of anything, but in order to eventually have more money than God, is it fair to say that you probably didn't always color between the lines? Right? I mean, you got to find ways to get ahead. I'm not saying this is Catch Me If You Can and he's signing checks. A great movie, Leonardo DiCaprio and Tom Hanks. But or I don't know if it was Tom Hanks. It might have been somebody else. But
Leonardo DiCaprio also took money from Aspiration.
Right. Well, yeah. There you go. So it might have been Russell Crowe. It was Russell Crowe or Tom Hanks. But I'm not saying that Steve Ballmer was doing that. You have more money when you are able to acquire this type of money. I'll put it to you like this. You know how to at least bend the rules. I'm not saying the rules get broken, but you know where that line is, and you are tap dancing, you are moonwalking, you are usher gliding all over that line. And that's how it works. That's just how it works. And sometimes you step over and you get spanked. And then you say, okay, I went too far. Then you decide to step over again, you get spanked. Now, in that course, as long as you're avoiding and go Wolf of Wall Street, as long as you're, Leo again, as long as you're avoiding, obviously, becoming a felon and actual jail time, you're willing to take some lumps. I mean, that is how a lot of these guys get to this level of wealth. I'm not calling him a crook, even though I said Kawhi the crook. I'm saying that you can be crook adjacent and you know where those lines are.
He's Ballmer the Bamboozler.
Yes,
right?
Ballmer the Bamboozler and Kawhi the crook.
Which, first of all, Leonardo DiCaprio, Tom Hanks, Christopher Walken, and Martin Sheen, all part of Catch Me If You Can.
Outstanding movie.
Yeah, outstanding cast. Also Jennifer Garner. Huh, how about that?
Yeah.
Remember when she was an actor and not just a Capital One spokesperson?
That's right. I'll never forget. She in Daredevil, the old Daredevil. I think throwback the movie. Okay, I'm not talking about the Disney Plus, the movie. Believe that was Jennifer Garner. So
I believe you're right because I think she made a cameo in the Deadpool.
There
movie.
you go.
But anyways, to Ballmer's point, this is what's so fascinating because, like, yes, you don't get to become $119 billion without, crushing some people. Even though Ballmer is Microsoft and again is more of a tech revolution.
I'm not saying like I said, this is not. I'm not saying Wolf of Wall Street. I'm not saying he's breaking laws. I'm saying you know how close you can get.
But what's so interesting about Ballmer specifically is that he has always tried to put on the face of I am the good guy, right? Yeah. I donate to causes that are noble and just. I'm the climate change guy. I'm the person who
it's too much.
I didn't just buy the
less. Do less.
I didn't just buy the Clippers. I saved the Clippers from that racist Donald Sterling.
Right.
And
then he's on the stage. Yeah. It's too much.
Yeah, he's the guy who's writing books about how to save the world. Like
they always joke about, and this is the opposite because he would be breaking the laws, right? But this is the opposite of that promo that they play for Carmichael Dave with Jason Ross when they say that you have narc pants. They're talking about Kyle Ledbetter's pants, saying you have narc pants. He's almost acting too narky, right? Steve Ballmer acts so narky that obviously you have to be breaking some sort of law.
But what is it
You're too happy. You're too. Life is too good, and now life would be good if I were a billionaire too. But yeah, you're playing up the narc meter a little too much.
You're too happy all the time.
You're too happy. Something's off. You
got too much energy. He's too fired up.
Yeah, yeah. You just stop. Turn it down.
Which again, it's a great, not grift, but it's a great way to deflect from all the things that he has going on.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We're not saying that he's done things poorly, but I'll say this: Steve Ballmer has not paid taxes in over 10 years. I don't know if people know that he has not paid any taxes in 10 years. And this is kind of the point of like these uber rich people are going to do. They know how to get things done. They know how to buy things. They know how to work in the shadows. And fortunately, this story is being brought out of the shadows. Even if Ballmer isn't directly implicated, they have enough evidence saying that Kawhi got funneled money for a no-show job from a company that his owner invested in, and people at the company were willing to go on record and say this was to circumvent the NBA salary cap.
I hear you.
Even if Ballmer didn't know and they can't implicate him directly, they're still going to get got because you can't have Kawhi getting money from a no-show job to circumvent the salary cap.
If everyone else is, I'm just waiting back, seeing, okay, how many other owners are going to speak up and how does this thing go? There was a very funny joke about the Sacramento Kings and their ownership. Somebody sent it on the text line about paying the players above or under the table. I will not be reading that, but if you're listening now, you know who you are. And it was funny. When we return, still keeping it in the legal realm, but this time it's about icing out Cam Thomas. Cam Thomas signs a qualifying offer. Now, how do the Nets respond? Jordy Fernandez is in for quite the ride. Allen Stiles, Tankathon Sports.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss. Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in the parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box, or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
This weekend, Kohl's is giving away millions in Kohl's Cash in Store. It's like you're getting free shopping money. At least that's what I tell my husband. Yep, you're just making smart financial decisions, one trendy sweater at a time. Plus, all month, enter our online sweepstakes at Kohl's.com for a chance to win $200 Kohl's Cash. Some exclusions apply while supplies last. Giveaway ends September 7th. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit one prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohl's.com for official rules and details.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Joey Estes, out with that herniated disc in his lower back, felt that back tightness after his last outing. The team will take a few days to evaluate his options for recovery. His expected return is TBD. Jacob Lopez, out with that grade 1 flexor strain. MRI results revealed a grade 1 strain, and manager Mark Kotze said he's hopeful he could return in a limited role before the end of the season. That was your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they have won over $500 million in settlements. DTLA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay zero up front. Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
High Voltage Live boxing action returns to the venue on September 6th as Uppercut Promotions presents Thunder Showdown, with 6 big fights on the bill, featuring local lightweight standout Kyle Lakinlali, who enters the ring undefeated. And don't miss a big heavyweight showdown with Chinese heavyweight Junglong Singh and Sacktown's own Vikas Dial. Thunder Showdown, coming September 6th to the venue at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Tickets available at Ticketmaster. Fight card subject to change. Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Avriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with RVs of Sacramento and the Sled Museum of Science and Curiosity. Tickets at CITPfest.com.
Get a great deal on your new Silverado at the Maida Chevy Silverado Superstore in the Elk Grove Auto Mall. Maida Chevy has a great selection, great factory financing, and incentive. And with great Maida Chevy savings on every new Silverado in stock, you'll see why everyone is saying, find your great deal at the Maida Chevy Silverado Superstore in the Elk Grove Auto Mall. Online at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
The Bomb Burglar 209.
Isn't that the guy from The Office?
We are looking for a nickname for Steve Ballmer. Kawhi the Crook is just way too easy. So we are looking for Steve Ballmer's a harder one to cook up. And right now,
Steve the Thief?
It's not bad. Table it. Back burner.
It's the best we got so far.
It probably. Ballmer's busted billions.
Ballmer the bamboozler.
That sounds like the Hulu. That sounds like a Hulu documentary on this.
What is it?
Ballmer's busted billions. It sounds like a Hulu documentary about this. It's a great title, but not a good. We need a quicker nickname. It's a tough one. That's from UPS Chris. It is a tough one.
Ballmer the Bamboozler's growing on me, not just because it sounds like he's got a stage act in Vegas, but I just think it's fun.
Yeah, it's probably up there, but it's a low bar right now. Okay, it's tough. We need something so-and-so, Steve or Ballmer the blank, and Kawhi the crook. Okay, 916-339-1140, call line, text line. We are trying to find the winner here. Well, we'll see if Cam Thomas ends up being a winner with the decision that he made, signing the $6 million qualifying offer. Okay?
Senor Segway strikes again.
Good one. Yeah, you can't hate on that.
That's 3.5.
So he signs the qualifying offer. He's the first out of the four horsemen to sign a deal, and he decided to go in the QO direction. This is from Shams. Restricted free agent Cam Thomas is signing a 1-year, $6 million qualifying offer to return to the Brooklyn Nets. Sources tell ESPN sides were unable to reach a new deal, so the QO gives Thomas a full no-trade clause and 2026 unrestricted free agency with more than 10 teams that have cap space to sign him. Now, this comes out from Nets Daily, basically right along with the decision from Cam Thomas to take the qualifying offer, and it reads, with Thomas' future so uncertain, the Nets are unlikely to feature him as much as if they had signed him to a long-term contract. And of course, the Nets are once again in tank mode as they try to secure one of the top picks in the 2026 draft. Well, number one, qualifying offer or no qualifying offer, they decided that Cam Thomas was on their future. So he had no choice. Him signing whatever, and I know we have it as well, Kyle, the different options that they gave him, none of them were good options, right? They didn't sit there and try to give him a 4-year deal or anything like that. They had made it very clear, yeah, we're moving on from you. We have other guys that are young, and here it is. The Nets made the following offers to Cam Thomas. 2 years, $30 million with, again, a team option, then 1 year, $9.5 million, but the team, there would be no trade clause, and then obviously the 1-year qualifying offer with no trade clause. So either way, there was no 4-year deal. So the idea that, oh, well, he signed this, so now the Nets aren't going to prioritize him. They were never planning on prioritizing him. They're prioritizing losing. And the first person I think of in this whole situation, this is why you got to be very careful when you take a job. And it's not about Jordy, it's just about the situation. Because how many times have we seen, and this was the Mark Jackson line, not saying that Mark Jackson should have remained the coach of the Warriors, but you can't hate the caterpillar and love the butterfly, right? They go to Steve Kerr, they immediately win championships, and Mark Jackson kind of felt as if, hey, well, I'm the one who got them there. Now we can debate whether Steve Kerr took them over the top or not. There are a lot of people that believe that he did. But Jordy Fernandez is in a brutal situation. This is now going to be year 2. You got Cam Thomas, who's there just to pull, right? And Jordy might be getting information or direction from the front office. Hey, well, we're prioritizing, don't let, now look, I don't think Cam Thomas could average whatever he averages and the Nets could still stink. They could all win in this situation. But this is now year 2 of a very long tank for the Nets ever since the three ballers left, and James Harden, Kevin Durant, and Kyrie. And this is just a weird situation for Jordy. So, okay, what is the path here? You're just going to let Jordy sit in the stench. You're going to get another top pick. Now you're going into year 3, and you will stink again. Do we honestly think, and this goes beyond Cam Thomas, who he's just trying to average 20 whatever and get a deal somewhere to be somebody's, because this is what happens to all these guys, right? Cam Thomas is somebody's Jordan Clarkson. He's going to be a 6-man somewhere, right? That's what Cam Thomas is. That's what all these 2 guards, he's a Malik, they're all Malik Monk kind of variants, okay? That's what they are. as of right now, right? So that's what's going to happen to Cam Thomas. He's just going to get paid more money to do so. He'll get his 18 mil, whatever Malik Monk got for the next 2-3 years, maybe, because they are moving away. The NBA is moving away from that type of player. But Jordy's going to sit there. Do we honestly think you'd have to really like Jordy? Because this is what we've seen. They're going to not that he's supposed to win, because he's not. They actually want them to lose for draft picks. They really going to let Jordy sit there and lose for 4 years, 5 years, and now going to turn it around? There's a name that I'm thinking of right now who it was similar, and that's Mark Daigneault. They gave Mark Daigneault the time in Oklahoma City to kind of turn it around. Do we trust the Nets to do that with Jordy? And I'm not saying he shouldn't have taken the job, but I'm looking here thinking this is going to be a mess. Cam Thomas has no connection to the team. Zero. Now, again, maybe they feel, hey, Cam Thomas can shoot all he wants. That actually helps our tanking position. But you're Jordy. You're trying to build a culture. You got to take the job. Don't get me wrong. You can't sit around and wait and miss your shot at it. But this is what we've seen. Most teams do not let a coach sit there in the stench and lose for 3-4 years and turn it around. They're going to bring in some new, because there'll be a new hot name with no stench, and they'll get to turn that caterpillar in its cocoon into a butterfly.
You know, it's interesting because I used to say that the coach that you bring in for the rebuild doesn't get to be the coach that makes it to the end, because you're gonna if one of the best coaches, if your job is worth a damn, one of the best coaches are going to jump into the job. I used to say that, and the best example was Brett Brown with the Sixers. Like, just took the job, knew they were going to tank, but he was never going to get another NBA job. He actually made it like 5 or 6 years, but then as soon as they lost, it was just like, okay, bye, we're going to go get Doc Rivers now.
And think about it like this. It's just, it's the nature of the beast. That's why these people get paid the big bucks, because if Jordy had stayed, and it depends on how much you think Jordy would have made a difference, but Jordy would have stayed and the whole thing went to nowhere anyway.
Oh, if Jordy had stayed, he'd be the coach of the Kings right now. I promise that would have happened, because they would have had the option in-house where they were like, okay, we're just going to get rid of Mike Jordy. You're an NBA level coach, assistant coach of the year. I'd say that though. I think that as the NBA has started to change, I think this position I've had has started to change, because there's no old guard coach that's like a mercenary who is going to win, because so much of coaching nowadays is people managing, right? And you've got your Ty Lues still, you've got your Rick Carlisles, you've got a handful of guys, but that list used to be like 11 long and now it's like 4. So for example, like Michael Malone makes it the entire through the losing, through everything, he gets to win the championship in Denver. You mentioned Daigneault, Jamal Mosley with Orlando went through all the losing and keeps getting contract extensions because he has the respect of the locker room. I think it comes down to the same thing it always is with coaches, is as long as the locker room respects Jordy, Jordy will get to stay. If the locker room decides Jordy's not our coach anymore, then Jordy will be gone.
Funny enough, you mentioned that, and it's not really about the coaching. It's really about the drafting, because the names that you mentioned en route to it, they got a star, and the star then only knows that coach, and now you've hitched your wagon to each other, right? Jamal Mosley got Paolo and Franz, but they got Paolo. Obviously, Mark Daigneault, SGA. If they don't find their dude in the draft, that's where Jordy could struggle, because if they don't have that star where, hey, this is the only coach that this star knows, it's been about 2 years, they need to find a star quickly, or I think your theory, normally correct, obviously Jokic with the Nuggets, your theory is not incorrect, but all of those teams have a bona fide star attached to it. They don't find the star, Jordy, see you later, even though Jordy is not the one drafting the players.
It's also not perfect either, right? Like the Rockets did this where they were like, Steven Silas, you replace D'Antoni because no one will take our terrible job, and then we're going to fire you as soon as Ime is available kind of situation, right? So it still happens. if I had to wager, I think it's probably going to happen with the Spurs too. Like,
Right,
I don't think this.
But that's not the Rockets thing. Sorry to cut you off. The Rockets thing. That's not Jordy. Everyone kind of knew what the Silas thing was, and I believe Stephen A. spoke out about it.
Yeah.
But you had to do what you had to do. It's the same thing with that Texans coach. Was it Lovey? When they brought back Lovey,
there were 4 of them.
Yeah, they brought Lovey back.
It was Lovey. It was David Culley.
Yeah.
It was Romeo Crennel. They had like 4 of them. It's kind of crazy.
So that's not this with Jordy. They actually like Jordy, but you have to hitch your wagon. I think where I've landed is somewhere in between my take and your take, Kyle. You need the star. If they do not draft the star, so Jordy, when 2026 comes around and that lottery, Jordy's saying, please, because if you don't have a star, which the Nets don't have right now there's no reason to keep you, Jordy, because we're still trying to figure it out. On the other side, we keep the conversation going, okay? And Ben Simmons actually may not want to play basketball. No jokes. And the Warriors are already trying to change the past as it pertains to what went down with Jonathan Kaminga. Of course they are. The crooked Warriors, too. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
When shopping for a new car, what do you want? A great selection? A low monthly payment? More for your trade? At Northern California's best Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, you get it all. Model year-end savings are going on now. Drive away in your favorite Honda. It's savings you just can't say no to. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on the results of the study, recognized on June 18, 2025, USA Today's list of California's top car dealers 2025.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584.
Priority Tax Relief.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that, or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the best selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. All of them top quality, hand-selected by their general manager, Chuck Dean. You can see for yourself their huge selection at SacSuperstore.com with the lowest prices and the best car buying experiences anywhere. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Okay, we have some more names. Bomboozled, similar to the bomboozler.
See, that's the thing. It needs to be like a noun, right? So, Bomboozled and Kawhi the Crook.
Yeah, the bomboozler and Kawhi the Crook. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Ballmer the Bamboozler, I still think it's funny.
Because that sounds like something I watched on Saturday mornings. That sounds like a cartoon. Ballmer the Bomboozler and Kawhi the Crook. Saturdays at 9. Watch them try to steal money every episode from the NBA.
And corporate America.
Yeah, and trees. They also hate trees.
Or love trees.
Yeah. 916, the Bush League Bomber.
What?
Bush League Bomber. Another 916, the Crookie Monster. Okay, no. No. Backdoor Bomber. Look, man, I can't. That is not.
That is. I don't want to get sued by that guy. Call him Backdoor Bomber.
No, I'm not. That is probably the last time I'm going to say that on air.
I'm going to officially apologize to the person who said Ballmer the Bamboozler. I think that's our winner so far.
916 says, how about Thievin' Steven? Thievin' Steven and Kawhi the Crook. Mm-hmm.
You know what?
Mm-hmm.
That's better than Steve the Thief.
Mm-hmm.
Thievin' Steven.
Thievin' Steven.
I think the only problem, though, is that no one calls him Steven Ballmer.
I was going to say the same thing.
It is good,
You're
but
close. You're close, 916. Dig a little bit deeper. Okay, a little bit deeper. But we're getting better. And it hasn't even been an hour on the show. And we are getting better. I was going to try a segue there, but Warriors and the past that they are trying to change.
Segue strikes again.
It doesn't, because I did not attempt. Hold on. Let's try this again. Let's try this again, okay? Thievin' Steven. All right. Speaking of stealing money, the Warriors are trying.
That was not good.
Warriors are trying to change the past as it pertains to the conversations that were had about Jonathan Kaminga. A new Siegel scoops dropped with the Cam Thomas signing. And this was something that I took from Brett. And, Brett, close friend of the show. Brett said this, and it made me raise my eyebrow because we were all there when this happened. And this is what Brett said. If there was a trade that talking about the Warriors, if there was a trade that brought them draft compensation and a young talent to replace Kaminga, the Warriors would have been open to said deal, sources said. But that's the problem. This type of trade was never offered to the Dubs, despite the Sacramento Kings and Phoenix Suns expressing strong interest in Kaminga. That is not exactly true. The Kings did offer draft compensation and a young player. Second round pick and Devin Carter. Things got changed to what was it? The protected first and Malik Monk. I wouldn't call Malik a young player. So I guess the Kings the Warriors are saying, well, yeah, you gave us a young player, but then you gave us bad. They gave you what you wanted. It just wasn't as good as what you wanted. You wanted a certain level that nobody was willing to give you. But let's not sit here and act. And I know Brett is telling us what his, I don't know if it's high-level source, mid-level source, low-level source. Somebody, by the way, somebody on the Sack Chat said, a medium plus source, outstanding, you win. I will get your name later from the Sack Chat, referencing our medium plus ribeyes that I have at various places throughout Sacramento. But Brett's just saying what the Warriors are telling him, and he's putting it out there. But can we not do this already, Warriors? If you're going to lie about what happened, can you at least wait a couple months? It was last month when we had these conversations. They gave you, or they gave you what you were looking for. It just wasn't enough. Let's not sit there and say, well, if we had got a young player in draft compensation, we would have done the deal. No, if somebody would have overpaid for Jonathan Kaminga, you would have done the deal. That's what actually happened. So can we not, on a day where we are talking about crooks and by hook or by crook, can we not pretend like we weren't all there? We were all there. They gave you what you asked for. It just wasn't a good enough level of what you asked for. You wanted better draft compensation and or a better young player. You wanted the protected pick, I think, and Keon Ellis. That's probably what would have got it done. And they don't even, the whole thing about Moses Moody and having to move Moses Moody and actually, I don't even know if that wouldn't have been the case if it was Keon Ellis, because Keon's not getting that money. That was only the case with Malik Monk because of how much Malik makes. So you would have, and this is not source information, I will always say, this is what got me in trouble, that the protected first and Keon would have gotten it done. I'll always say that. But the King said, well, we don't want to do that. The Warriors did get what they asked for. It just wasn't a good enough level. Let's not pretend like nobody gave you what you did ask for, though.
Yeah, but it's the protected first and Keon thing would have led to them having to reroute Malik somewhere else, which the Warriors could have kept their guy, but again, it gets more complicated from there just based on the money of it all. They would have had to send Malik to Detroit or something.
But that's not what is being brought up here.
The Warriors,
they're saying we didn't get nobody gave us what we wanted. Well, nobody gave you the level of what you wanted, but you did have offers out there. You deemed them not worthy enough for Jonathan Kaminga, who will probably sign a qualifying offer and leave for nothing.
Yeah, you
decided that.
You decided you didn't want 3 years of Royce O'Neal or Grayson Allen or 3 years of Malik Monk. You, the Golden State Warriors, decided that was not good enough.
Or based on what Brett is saying, draft compensation, right, and a young player. That is literally what the Kings tried to give them. If you're not high on Devin Carter, you're not high on Devin Carter. But let's not act like you didn't get offers in that realm. You decided that they weren't good enough. So maybe I'm just overstating, details within the story, but we all watched the Kings offer them that, and the Warriors say that's not good enough. That's why the Malik Monk stuff came up. So that was something that I saw that I wanted to address. And I don't know that, like I said, I don't know if I'm going to be here next segment, but with Brett Siegel and how close he and the relationship he has as far as the Warriors sources, I should say, I saw that and I thought, hold on now. Hold on. Let's not act like the Warriors didn't get any offers based on what they were asking for. They just decided that they weren't good enough. So we're not going to allow you to change the past here. One last note before we get to the 11 o'clock hour, and that'll be 30 minutes commercial free. Ben Simmons is reportedly unsure if he wants to continue playing basketball. From the New York Post, Ben Simmons has generated interest from the Knicks and another team. Okay. And the other team is not named. It's from Stephen Bondi, who writes for the New York Post. Ben Simmons has generated interest from the Knicks and another team, but is also questioning whether he even wants to continue playing in the NBA season, the Post has learned. Look, I know I joke about Ben Simmons a lot. I say he doesn't like basketball. I also understand that he's been through a lot of things that I would never be able to, fathom, to be honest with you, from a injury perspective. So wishing Ben all the best if he decides that he is done With all that being said, I still don't think but prior to injury, I don't know how much he loved playing basketball. It was a thing at LSU. It was. Don't look at me like that, Kyle. 11 o'clock hour coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. Is the Kings' future brighter than they're getting credit for? Some words from Bobby Jackson at the Rico Hines basketball breakdown as your young Kings are balling out there. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Sacktown Sports 49ers Report is brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, conveniently located besides the Vacaville outlets. The 49ers start the regular season this Sunday on the road up in Seattle. San Francisco is looking to get back into the playoffs after a disappointing 6-11 season a year ago. Brock Purdy is ready to go after signing a 5-year, $265 million contract in the offseason, and Christian McCaffrey is feeling good after an injury-riddled 2024 campaign. Catch the game this Sunday beginning at noon right here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
This weekend, Kohl's is giving away millions in Kohl's Cash in store. It's like you're getting free shopping money. At least that's what I tell my husband. Yep, you're just making smart financial decisions, one trendy sweater at a time. Plus, all month, enter our online sweepstakes at Kohl's.com for a chance to win $200 Kohl's Cash. Some exclusions apply while supplies last. Giveaway ends September 7th. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit one prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohl's.com for official rules and details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. Offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, this is Jelly Roll. This National Recovery Month, start your recovery journey. Choose a proven addiction treatment option that's right for you at ChooseChangeCA.org.
Labor Day, our annual celebration of workers and their achievements, was first observed in New York, and the first Monday in September became a national holiday in 1894. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Each year we commemorate Labor Day with parades, picnics, and family gatherings. And right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings is celebrating with their exceptional whole store Labor Day sale. Would you like to refresh your living room? Would you like to restyle your bedroom? Maybe you want to redesign your home office. No matter whether it's your dining room, kids' rooms, accents, or accessories, Naturewood's unique store-wide Labor Day sale offers savings in every department and savings on every brand like Stanton, Omnia, Stickley, Flex Steel, and all the rest of the award-winning furniture. When it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable Labor Day sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
The deals are on now at the model year-end sales event at Balsam Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save on year-end models and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles.
On Sacktown Sports.
1 hour down, 3 to go, and this seems like a as good of a time as any to let everyone know, okay, and let everyone know that we have a meeting, an important meeting at 12 o'clock. So we had a really good session with Brendan Nunez, all right? And that was about an hour last week on the Sacramento Kings. We are going to play that from 12 to 1. So if you're in the car, your phone or your radio is not broken, all right, we are going to be in a big meeting with big bosses. So that is where we're going to be for the 12 o'clock hour between 12 and 1. And if you missed it, if you were running around, a great opportunity to be able to hear what Brendan had to say. He's the one who started this whole trading Keon Ellis madness. So you can hear how we got there and why the conversation even got started. So that is going to be at 12 o'clock. So from 12 to 1. And then we come back at 1 o'clock for some NFL talk.
Or maybe earlier.
Right? You know how these things go. A lot of times these meetings aren't as long as everyone thinks. So we might be back earlier than that, but it'll be at least 30 minutes, and you'll get to hear all the good stuff that Brendan Nunez had to say. So wanted to make sure everybody was clear on that as we hit the 11 o'clock hour. And with that being said, Kyle, it may be just 2 seconds. Play it for 2 seconds here.
For our young guys.
Excuse me. I meant the breaking news sounder.
When it breaks.
That's it. Free agent forward Olivier-Maxence Prosper has agreed on a 2-way NBA contract with the Memphis Grizzlies. Prosper sifted through multiple offers and now chooses the Grizzlies to enter his 3rd NBA season.
So it's a 2-way contract, you said?
2-way contract, man. 2-way contract.
I guess good luck to him.
Come on. Do something. It did say he sifted through offers. He could have turned the Kings down. We don't know that.
You didn't want to come back home?
Yeah. Did not want that. Some people don't want to. Some people don't want to.
Some people don't want to be Sacramento Kings. That is correct.
Right. So goodbye, Olivier. We'll see. We'll probably see you next season.
I know the Kings weren't as bad when he got drafted, but he saw his career flash before his eyes when he put on that Sacramento Kings hat, and now he's gotten out of there and he's thought to himself, I have a chance to do something here. I have a chance to become something outside of, we joke that the Mavericks were the only team worse than the Kings last year, or more unstable than the Kings, but now he's like, I've seen the light. I can choose where I want to go, and I choose Tuomas and the Grizzlies.
Yeah, and Ja. All right.
Ja sometimes.
I think when Ja's available to play, I think he'll do all right out there, man. I think he will do all right. 916, we have more of the names coming through. Bombshell Bomber, that's from Ed.
I think we could just do the bombshell.
Gotta add some type of bomber. Bonus Bucks Bomber. Dirty Dollar Bomber.
I like that one.
Dirty Dollar
Balma. You could say it like that.
Excuse me?
I don't know. I'm trying to see how we can make it rhyme.
I beg your pardon.
I guess I was trying to figure out how we could get it to rhyme, and I just said it like I'm from Boston.
Just cut that. I need to play that for someone.
Dirty Dollar Balma.
Oh. I need to cut that, and I need to send that to somebody. 916-339-1140. We hit the 11 o'clock hour. And Kyle, yes, sorry about that. We're doing the eye thing these last couple days. I know the baby's coming. You don't know if I'm on the way out. Every time I send you a text, you think I'm not going to be there. So Kyle and I, we're just working through this limbo here. But Bobby Jackson, that is the little clip that Kyle started to play. Bobby Jackson was around the Rico Hines run, a very famous run in L.A., and a bunch of the young Kings players were down there. DeMar was there. He was just kind of chilling. And Bobby Jackson got all the young players, said, hey, bring all the young players around. And he almost uses the Kings players as an example. This is about 2 minutes long, but I thought it was really good stuff. And Bobby Jackson's breaking down some of the same things we've heard before about everyone's not going to be a dude, so you need to find your path. Here it is.
For our young guys, all the young guys. Like our guys came in here yesterday, they went 0-5. They got that. Right, and then they came back today. Right, what was your record today? 5-0. Right, so you're gonna have good days, you're gonna have bad days. Right, can't keep your head down. That's how the league works. As a young guy, find your way. All right, I've been in this league 28 years as a coach and as a player. Right, find your way. Find what your role is. Right, everybody can't be the superstar. Everybody can't shoot all the balls. Find that one role that's going to allow you to play 12 years in the league. I'm 5'11". Played 12 years in the league. I figured out what my role was. All right, everybody wants to come in the league and they want to be the guy that's going to shoot all the balls, get all the minutes, but it doesn't work that way. All right, young guys with the Kings, you guys came in here, they got that kick yesterday, and they made their minds up. They wasn't losing today, and we gave them. Right, that's how the league works. Right, so just my little message to you guys. Right, stay humble, work your off. Like, be in shape. Be in shape. Right, at 20, at 25, 28, like you shouldn't be out of shape. Get in the gym, work on your game, condition. Because the league is getting faster and it's getting younger. So if you can provide an asset and a role that benefits that team, right, relish in it. These teams are looking for young guys that's hungry. They're going to bust that, have a routine, and they're going to play hard. If you don't play hard, trust me, at a young age, you can't play in this league. Because you already got the superstars. So figure out your role is, relish in it, and build a routine to be successful so you can stay consistent in this league for a long time.
That was Bobby Jackson, assistant coach of the Sacramento Kings, and I thought that was great stuff. We keep hearing the same things. Now look at the Kings roster, right? And the young guys that have been out there. I think we saw Keon was out there, Nick was out there, Maxime was out there. If you're going to be a dude, you'll evolve into that. And that's kind of been the issue, not to bring up his name again, but with Kaminga. He did not want to evolve into that. He wanted to just be that. He didn't want to be Charmander and Chameleon, or Charmeleon. He just wanted to be Charizard. And that's not really how it works. Now, he didn't really get opportunities, but that's not really how it works. And I look at this Kings team and the young players, and I do think the future is bright. The problem is I'm just not sure how much runway they're going to get in order for it to be bright. In a weird way, I almost feel like I don't know that the Kings young players as a unit will ever be true contenders, right? Because I just think that you're missing your dude. I do, however, think that honestly, individually, they all seem to fit a role. I would say Isaac Jones is the one that's kind of the question mark. He's got to find his way a little bit, but they all, or, just shoot the three ball better, but they all kind of fit different roles. You can see who they are and different versions of them. The issue is you just don't have your dude, which is why, and I know I'm not kidding here, if you do what you're supposed to do, and in 2026, you get a top 4, top 5 pick, I believe that you have some pieces that could help. If you get AJ DeBansa, if you do get one of these top guys, okay, cool. We're going to make a decision to move forward. We're going to hold on to Keon Ellis. We're going to hold on. And Keegan, I think, still has some of that in him. I still think Keegan, you can be above average versions. I say the same thing all the time with Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson is he is one of the rare situations. I don't know if rare is the right word, where he was high level, a Hall of Famer, but he had his role. Klay wasn't just going to take the ball and not give it back. He not really a heliocentric scorer, but he could shoot the you-know-what out of the basketball. So you can be a high level player within your role. So I look at Maxime and I look at Nick Clifford and I look at Keon and I salivate to what that team could be if they're able to get one of those dudes. I don't think that dude is RJ Barrett. But if you want to give it a go with RJ Barrett, cool, right? And that's why I know I keep flopping with Trae Young, but that's why, you know what? I'm not trying to do that. Let Domantas Sabonis, he can hang if he wants, but find a way to move on. And maybe this is part of Scott Perry's plan, why he hasn't done anything. I don't want to move on from Keon. We plan on re-signing him. We plan on signing Keegan. We just got to get through these 2 years. And after we get through these 2 years, we believe we have a good young core. It's not a championship core, no. But it is a core filled with players that are starting to understand the roles that they need to have in this league. Nick Clifford understands that. Okay? Maxime Reynaud, he's one of those guys. I think he's got some of that star potential, but could he be a diet Lauri Markkanen, right? We know what that could look like. It doesn't mean he's going to get there, but they all have them. Whitey always jokes me because on Perfect Game, it said he tracks balls, and he reminds us of Kenny Lofton. Now, clearly, I was never close or half or maybe even a quarter as good as Kenny Lofton, but I had a coach once tell me, played for the Expos for years and years, you need to remind scouts of someone. Remind them. He would even go as far as to say to wear, now don't go Dylan Raiola. Maybe my coach told Dylan Raiola the same thing. Not all that, but he would go as far as to say is dress like them, wear their uniform like them, give the scouts a reason. Hey, you know what? This guy kind of reminds me, play into it, right? I'm not going that far and we're having some fun with it. But as far as, hey, Keon, you see Caruso? That's you.
I'm going to need you to shave your head and wear a headband.
That you are Caruso with hair.
You are wearing a headband.
Hey, Neek, enter whatever name you want to use. You see that? You see that player? That's where you're trying to go. Now you can be a better version of that, but this is how these guys are getting paid. Maxime, I'm going to need you to start getting some oxtails.
Oxtails, ribs.
Yeah, I like him.
Cornbread.
What a Lauri Markkanen combo situation, right? Stretch the floor. We need you better defensively. That's where you're headed. All these guys, we know where they're headed. Zack Lavine, I don't know where he's headed. He's kind of already there. DeMar DeRozan, he been there. Domantas Sabonis kind of feels like he's already there. Malik Monk, he's probably already there. Devin Carter, screw it. Go be Derek White. Go do it.
I'm going to need you to shave your head.
Yeah, everybody else is. Bronny's Derek White. Everybody's Derek White now. So I listened to this from Bobby Jackson, and it does make me a bit optimistic. Unfortunately, it's not about the immediate future, but to reference the Giants, I have segmented my happiness into essentially pretending like what the Giants are doing right now is the playoffs, right? Every game is essentially a must win. So I've compartmentalized that to enjoy these games as must-win games, because I don't know if the Giants are going to go to the playoffs or not, because it's out of their control. I think how I'm starting to approach this season is compartmentalize the actual season from some of the things that we could see throughout this year. Oh, yeah, well, the Kings, they're scheduled to win 35 games, and it's easy. Oh, yeah. Well, Nick Clifford looks really good. And I know that's the thing to say, but Nick Clifford is a dude. Maybe we can walk away saying that. I'm watching Nick Clifford every night, watching how he unfolds. I'm watching Keon Ellis every night, how he unfolds. I want to see Maxime. He might have to spend some time in the G League. Maybe y'all will see me out in Stockton. I got asked to do the Stockton baby race. Maybe we got to start from the bottom. Maybe baby number 2 has to start from the bottom.
Here you go. You got another chance, Alan.
Okay? Maybe we got to do that. So I understand that this is the most microwave of societies that we've been in, but at the very least, Scott Perry, even prior to Scott Perry, they brought in some guys that you can see their path. Will they get there? Is Keon going to be Alex Caruso? I don't know. Probably not. But you see the path, even if he's 80% of that from an undrafted G League two-way guy to this, you can feel good about that. Now in a couple years, if you got to flip them, you do what you got to do. But you can compartmentalize and see that some of these young guys are giving us reasons to at least be somewhat hopeful. I don't know if that's this was a kind of a sad sentiment, right? A sad rant, an optimistic rant. In the short term, maybe it is a bit sad, but it could be worse. It could be worse, man. I'm just really excited to that started the whole thing with Devin Carter, right? And I've said this before. If he had come out and just balled out in Summer League, if he was healthy, the Devin Carter, and even for a deal with Kaminga, it sounds crazy if you think that's fine. But the whole narrative, that Cam Whitmore narrative, and what he did in Summer League, that lasted a good bit. Then he just didn't play, right? Because the Rockets ended up being a 2 seed.
Same thing with Cam Thomas.
Exactly. But if he were able to roll into that, we would have looked at it differently. Second year is just not the same. You have expectations. You're not the fresh meat anymore. But seeing Nick Clifford, seeing Maxime Reynaud, right? And Keon has graduated out of it. And Isaac Jones, I know technically it's his second year, but undrafted. I do think we look at Isaac Jones a little bit differently than Devin Carter because Devin was a first-round pick. They're going somewhere. I don't know when, and I don't know where, but they have good young talent. And I do think it goes beyond our classic writer or reporter who comes on this show and says, well, I like Nick Clifford. I think it's deeper than Nick Clifford. I really do.
So I think it's interesting because they have young players, but they don't have young players in the same way that like the Pistons do, where it's like day one, they are coming in and they are rotation players. But we talked about this with the backup power forward position, that we just need one or two of them to become rotation level players. Yeah. Do you want to do it?
Yeah.
It's
let's
very,
do it.
okay. This is a hilarious breaking news. I didn't know if you wanted to break the segment for it. So now
I got a couple texts and I wanted to confirm.
When
So
it breaks,
We have it first.
yeah, I don't know.
very funny, hilarious.
I don't know if this deserves the full breaking news banner, but it's a bit close to my heart as a Raider fan. So we're going to give it the whole breaking news banner. This is from Ian Rappaport. Come back no more. Raiders wide receiver Amari Cooper has informed the team that he no longer has a desire to play and intends to retire, per the insiders. Cooper has signed at the end of camp in a hopeful reunion with the team that drafted him. Now he is headed home from Las Vegas. Yeah. Now, Kyle, I see your little grin.
I got jokes.
There's probably some jokes there, but we don't know what's going on. I know there's probably some Geno quarterback jokes in there, but we don't know what happened.
1 week.
Yeah, I know.
One week at Raiders camp made him quit.
We don't know what happened. All right? We don't know what happened, but clearly Amari Cooper had a change of heart. Look, man, I was extremely surprised that he even signed with the Raiders. I thought he was going to retire. So I don't know if it's one of those things where he just wanted to see if he still had it in him. agent says, hey, you still got money on the table. You can go back, play in a dome with Geno. You don't got to be in cold, bleeping Buffalo anymore. Amari said, okay, let's see how it's going. Gets out there. You know what? I think I am done. And that has nothing to do with Geno and the Raiders.
I'm not even, look, there's jokes either way here. Look, no longer has the desire to play football is an amazing way to phrase that. Look, man, he got out there on the field. He's like, oh, man, these guys are running a lot faster than I remember. These guys are hitting a lot.
Right. I think in general.
Took one hit and was like, oh, that's a bit much.
Yeah, and I think in general, we were joking about how Tyler Styles loves American Ninja Warrior, how we've been watching for so long. Some of the older ninjas, or some of the older ninjas were not always the older ninjas. And this was 10 years ago. And the weatherman, he's flying up the course. The courses are different, and they're all much older now. And they're getting out there racing these 20-year-olds and 18-year-olds, getting their butts whooped, and they are retiring. Okay, they're literally retiring. Yeah, the game has changed, okay? And maybe Amari Cooper decided, yeah, I thought I had one more in me.
Well,
I don't think I got one more.
The difference between your American Ninja Warriors and Amari Cooper is that Amari Cooper's made $136 million in his career. That dude does not need to just go break his body for the Raiders.
Good point from Magnum on the SAC chat. Do you think, I think he just wanted to retire as a Raider. It's possible. When I think of players that do that, anyone is different. Maybe it was just an Amari Cooper thing, but that doesn't, normally if you do that, you don't even go to camp, right?
No, you do a one-day contract.
Right.
He was like, I just want to put on the pads one more time.
Yeah,
Didn't even do it for like a preseason game, like signed after the preseason and then retired before the start of the season. It's like, instead of doing a one-day contract, I'm going to do a 1 week contract.
I'm trying to think of other comparisons to where you sign up for something and you quickly learn that it was a bad decision. You quickly learn that this is an overwhelming situation. This is an overmatched situation. You decide you want to go white water rafting or something like that, and you get in the raft. Oh, okay. This is, you know what? It does remind me of that story that I've told about me when the first X Games was in San Francisco, and I tried to go down the half pipe. Once I was already up there in my inline skates, I had to try to go down, and I just immediately fell on my face. But once I got up there, I realized, this is probably not going to end well, because I don't even know what I do once I get up the half pipe. I've never done it before, right? I got there and it was too late. Amari got there and it wasn't too late. He decided, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Hey, Black and Silver, I love you, but I'm up out of here.
He took 7 months off and was just like, those pads hurt a lot more than I remember them hurting. What if this is like the funniest way that we're going to find out this is like an undercover boss situation? Like Amari goes into the locker room for a week and then he's going to, give these guys rookie wide receivers. I'm going to give you $25,000 to start your career kind of situation.
Oh my goodness. 916-339-1140. Well, that's it for Amari Cooper. Gave us some good times as Raider fans.
We'll never forget his second Raider tenure.
Yeah. When they were rocking and rolling. On the other side, Kaminga is trying to stay strong, but it looks like that qualifying offer is not as enticing. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year, my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In store, online, and on the app. It's 9/13 while supplies last.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack.
but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
For over 90 years, Haken Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Haken Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Everybody knows that Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is the spot to get yourself a brand new car. That's why people are coming from all over. Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville. But they also have the best selection of pre-owned vehicles. All makes and models, every one of them top quality, hand-selected by General Manager Chuck Dean. Over 70 vehicles below $30,000, over 25 below $20,000. You can see that full lineup at SacSuperstore.com. And if you find a lower price somewhere else, they'll match it. And on top of that, the best car buying experience anywhere. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Listen to the 49er Rewind daily. Brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza, the official pizza of the 49ers. Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be. Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with RVs of Sacramento and the Sled Museum of Science and Curiosity. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Hey everybody, it's Kyle Draper for Bell Brothers, the No Surprise Guys. Right now is the perfect time to take advantage of their massive Labor Day savings. Up to $2,500 off select heating and cooling systems, plus they'll throw in a free 50-gallon water heater. These deals won't last long, so call Bell Brothers, the No Surprise Guys, or visit them at nosurpriseguys.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emron Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Get a great deal on your new Silverado at the Maida Chevy Silverado Superstore. Great selection, great factory financing and incentive, and great Maida Chevy savings on every new Silverado in stock. Online at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
It's time to say goodbye to this former King officially. And look, we're in September. And these players that we've just been sitting around waiting and waiting and waiting, life comes at you fast. We say it all the time. And Trey Lyles is a guy that life kind of came at him fast. He had a good stint with the Sacramento Kings, I would say, and it's being reported that Trey Lyles is headed to Spain to play with Real Madrid.
Trey Lyles movement.
The Trey Lyles movement heads overseas.
It is a literal Trey Lyles movement.
Literally, he is moving to Spain. So shout out to Trey Lyles. Great run for him in Sacramento. I know the Trey Bays going back to a couple of years ago, got on me because I always thought that maybe him as the 7th, 8th player, or sometimes even 6 as far as subbing in for Domantas Sabonis, wasn't a true recipe. He was never really able to get over the hump after that Beam Team season, and that's kind of a theme with that Beam Team season, but was never able to kind of get over the hump and truly be that guy that you could count on from a certain status of production, right? I shouldn't say count on. I should say he didn't take that next step that I think a lot of us were hoping that he'd take. The conversations about beating out Harrison Barnes kind of went away, got some opportunities, and just ended up, okay, he's not a starter in this league. So, look, if he's done in the NBA, I think it was a pretty solid career. Any type of career in the NBA is a solid one. He's going to go to Real Madrid. I think he's going to ball out. I think he's going to do his thing. I think his 3-ball is going to be outstanding out there. A little surprised. I would say my level of surprise is medium, maybe medium plus, not fully surprised, but nowadays, I don't know what to think with some of these guys. You know, we read off, what was that? If Precious Achiuwa still isn't signed, I think that I would be more surprised if he had to go overseas, just based on age and things like that. Trey Lyles, I believe he's hit the 30 mark. If not, he's dang close.
He'll be 30 this year.
Yeah, so I think it was a good run for Trey Lyles, and who knows, maybe he finds something out there and can have a couple more Yabusele and make his way back to the NBA.
I mean, Trey Lyles played 10 years in the NBA. I know it doesn't feel like it, but Trey Lyles has been in the NBA for 10 years. He played on 3 different teams that made the playoffs. I mean, that is a very solid career for Trey Lyles. Although the thing I will always remember for his career was him being traded to Denver for the pick that became Donovan Mitchell. So, you know, can't win them all, but Beam Team legend Trey Lyles forever. I mean, instrumental piece of the Beam Team. I mean, he was basically the 7th or 8th guy coming off the bench. Best developmental project, I think, of the Mike Brown era. Again, Keon Ellis notwithstanding. I'm talking about like taking a guy who was on his way out of the league, and Trey Lyles had his best years of his career playing as a role player in Sacramento. I think he was, you know, when he got traded as like a throw-in for Marvin Bagley in that Pistons trade 3 years ago, I think that was kind of the point when we all thought he was going to be out of the league, and he made it 3 years as a solid role player for the Sacramento Kings. I think this is a very successful career for Trey Lyles, and we'll always remember him for the Trey Lyles movements and the famous Malik Monk quote.
He lost a lot of pounds. He was fat.
There you go. So
he lost a lot of pounds. He was fat.
Good luck to Trey Lyles out there. Maybe it won't be the last time we see him in an NBA jersey, but if it is, a heck of a career, and he's going to have plenty of fun out there in España. Also, as we get back to this Cam Thomas stuff, this is what Brett Siegel had to say. First day after Kaminga, this is me saying it, first day after Kaminga, or after Cam Thomas, and Kaminga is still staying strong. Here's the quote. There haven't been any indications suggesting that the Warriors are thinking of changing their offer, and unless they do so over the course of the next week, Kaminga is prepared to end talks and accept his qualifying offer, league sources said. At the end of the day, Kaminga wants to feel valued, and the Warriors haven't given him ample reasons to want to stay. So as far as Cam Thomas is concerned, this is a great day for the Warriors because Kaminga might feel a little bit scared. And this is everything that we've been saying, but now it's real, right? Hey, we're not planning on featuring Cam Thomas the same way because Cam Thomas is on a qualifying offer. We're focusing on the young guys. I'm not saying that they're not going to play Cam Thomas and whatever, you know, the league rules are. I don't know. I wouldn't even know how that works though, right? Cam Thomas, you just don't play him even though he's good. What if they manipulated it that way, right? If you just, hey, Jordy, Cam gets 5 minutes a game. That's it. There's nothing you can do, right?
You're talking about from like a fining them standpoint?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much you can do if you want to. I mean, the Wizards did that all last year, right?
But it wasn't that. Yes, I think that's a more realistic example because if they did something like that, I think the league couldn't do anything, but teams and players would say, come on, Nets, that's Bush League Ballmer. That you can't do stuff like that. But it could look like, to your point, that Wizards game that the Kings lost when Jordan Poole and everyone else weren't even playing in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and it wasn't even like, oh, we're doing it to prioritize young talent. They sat Sarr in the fourth quarter. They were just like, we want to lose this basketball game, and there's an understanding that this is what we are going to do. Because I don't remember it exactly anymore, but Brooklyn had like 5 first-round picks, and weren't they all point guards or all shooting guards? They took all guys who played Cam Thomas's role and position. So I don't know if I'm really curious just what they're going to do in general, because now they have Terrence Mann, Michael Porter Jr., and Haywood Highsmith taking up roster spots that last year went to like Drew Timme. Mm-hmm. So are they going to actually like play Michael Porter Jr. and Terrence Mann?
That's a good point. That's why the Michael Porter Jr. thing to me is it's just all a facade, right? It's all smoke and mirrors. He'll be somewhere else. And if you've been following along with Michael Porter Jr., before someone says, bring him to the Kings, go check out his media run so far. Maybe you still want him. I just want to make sure that you see it, because this guy is nothing. He is unlike anything the Kings have on their roster or have had on their roster within the last 10 years.
We just want to make sure you have all the information before you say you want to sign Michael Porter Jr. Just Google Michael Porter Jr. podcast.
That's all you got to do. But as far as the Warriors are concerned, they probably feel, hey, look, Kaminga, yeah, that's what could happen to you if you sign the qualifying offer. And if you're Kaminga, you say, that's all fine and good, but the Nets know that they're trying to stink. You're trying to win a championship. So if Steph has to miss time, which he probably will, if Jimmy Butler has to miss time, which he probably will, if Draymond Green has to miss time, which he probably will, you're going to need me. And there is a balance there, because the Nerlens Noel thing, you don't want to get injured on this year of your qualifying offer, because you never know what could happen. But the more you play and the more you play well, the more opportunity you have to drive up your value as you go into unrestricted free agency. So the Warriors might feel good that Kaminga might be scared with the Nets, not the Nets officially, but the word on the street being that the Nets aren't going to, quote unquote, feature Cam Thomas and all of the manipulations that the Nets may be able to do, very similar to what the Wizards did with some of their vets as they're trying to tank. But that's the main difference. If I'm Kaminga or his agent, you aren't trying to lose. So that's the difference. So if you can throw me in a corner if you want, but we all know Steph is not playing 82 games. And we all know Jimmy Butler is not playing 82 games. And we all know Draymond Green is not playing 82 games. That's why, barring injury, the Kaminga situation, qualifying offer is the most appealing, because I know you're going to need me at some point, and I'll get a nice 30-game tryout to pad my stats, and whether we lose the games or not, I don't give a bleep, and I can use that, and my agent can use that when we're restricted free agents. It's that simple.
Yeah, this is kind of the weird thing, though, because if you're Golden State, don't you acknowledge that this is the case, and you just sign him to the deal because you can always trade him later? I think that's kind of...
But you're saying... Yeah,
the Warriors should recognize this, which is I don't understand why they're stringing him along like that.
You look, what I said yesterday, I still feel the same way. The 11th hour, right before the clock strikes midnight, watch old school Cinderella for the first time. Well, the first time in a long time. About a couple weeks ago with Toddler Styles, while...
Does that one hold up?
Thought there was a lot more talking. It's not a silent film, but there's not a lot of talking as much as you would think. But when the clock strikes midnight or right before it, the Warriors will say, hey, we'll turn it into a player option. And Kaminga could still say no, right? Then will the Warriors, going back to Shark Tank, will the Warriors say, okay, fine, here's whatever $1 million more to get it done?
But it's also a lot different to turn down, what would that be? $38 million guaranteed than $13 million guaranteed, which is presently where he stands right now.
I hear you.
And that's why I think Siegel proposed at one point like a half player, half team option. Like it's a partially guaranteed option.
What is that?
I don't know.
Like, what is that?
Compromise.
Just do the right thing. Just do the right thing. Speaking of doing the right thing, more developments with Kawhi and Steve Ballmer. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports injury update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Joey Estes, out with that herniated disc in his lower back, felt that back tightness after his last outing. The team will take a few days to evaluate his options for recovery. His expected return is TBD. Jacob Lopez, out with that grade 1 flexor strain. MRI results revealed a grade 1 strain, and manager Mark Kotze said he's hopeful he could return in a limited role before the end of the season. That was your Sacktown Sports injury update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they have won over $500 million in settlements. DTLA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay $0 up front. Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri coming this October.
You don't look like police.
I'll take that as a compliment. See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Need cash fast? Tap into the value of your home with a home equity line of credit from Valley Strong Credit Union. Whether it's for home improvements, debt consolidation, or that dream vacation, you can get your cash offer in minutes. That's right, just minutes to unlock the power of your home's equity with no hard credit pull to see how much cash you can get. No stress, no waiting, just smart local banking that puts you first. Grow your possibilities with Valley Strong Credit Union. Visit valleystrong.com to get started today.
Hey, Sacramento homeowners, imagine the coolest, most comfortable summer in 30 years, leaving air conditioning giants drowning in overstock. That's your golden ticket to massive savings right now at Sierra Pacific. We've forged powerhouse partnerships with the world's top manufacturers. They trust us for flawless installations, unbeatable service, and our massive reach across Sacramento to move their inventory fast. In return, exclusive, jaw-dropping discounts just for you. Upgrade your home with premium systems at rock-bottom prices, installed by the region's elite craftsmen, and backed by ironclad warranties and legendary support. Plus, snag huge tax credits and SMUD rebates to slash costs even further. This inventory clearing bonanza won't last. Seize it today. Call Sierra Pacific for your free in-home consultation and discover the perfect system for your ultimate comfort. Dial 916-638-0543 now, or head to sierrapacifichome.com. Don't miss out. Your cooler, cozier home awaits.
Sierra Pacific Solar Heating and Air. The guys in the big red trucks.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named #1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be #1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
The San Francisco Giants are grown here, right here with the Sacramento River Cats. Catch the future stars of Giants Orange and Black at Sutter Health Park. Don't miss the action. Get your tickets now at rivercats.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SacktownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
In 15 minutes, as we mentioned, we will play an exclusive segment for the next hour with me and one of the hottest up-and-coming rising stars in Sacramento media, Brendan Nunez, who is on the digital team here at Sacktown Sports. We sat down to discuss the state of the Sacramento Kings, and he has a note about Keon Ellis that you are definitely not going to want to miss. So we sat down, want to play that for you if you didn't catch it over the next hour or so, and we will rock and roll from there. When we do return in the 1 o'clock hour, plenty of NFL to talk about. This red zone thing, enough with the red zone commercial thing. All right, now they have to come out, ESPN, NFL come out, hey, there's only going to be 4, and it's going to be split screen. I get it. I don't like change either. But if you don't like it, don't buy it. Things change, right? You also, you're the same person complaining about red zone that continue to pay the price hikes of YouTube TV. Look, I do it, but I'm not really complaining. And I'm a huge complainer, don't get me wrong. But I complain if I think that something could change, right? And based on what I've read, this was always a plan. Maybe they did change it. Maybe there was so much backlash that they weren't going to do split screen. So maybe it worked. I don't know. But from what I just read, it's 4 commercials, 4 15-second spots, and there will be split screen. So you will never, for the red zone, what it is at its core, you will never not have football on your screen.
Oh, Allen Stiles, the voice of corporate greed over here.
I'm not the voice of corporate greed. It's more about, I understand the complaint. I agree with the complaint, but I don't have to talk about it. It's been going on for 2 weeks now.
No, look, Alan, this example right here, I don't think people can be angry enough about it because this is a perfect example of everything that is wrong with America in 2025, okay? 5 years ago, you get the product for the same price, and now you're getting a lesser experience. It's the same price. They're claiming it's the same product.
But that's everything these days.
Yeah.
That's everything.
Because of corporate greed.
Maybe that's it. I don't have enough in me at the moment. Maybe it's because I'm getting ready for baby number 2. I don't know. But I don't have enough in me. I don't have enough energy to complain about it still. Sure. I'm not a fan of it, but it feels like it's been a month. It's probably only been a couple weeks now. We continue. Scott Hansen, I've seen this brother on 7 different. He's the one I feel bad for. He's having to speak for the corporate greed because he's the face.
Complete corporate shill. Scott Hansen.
He's not a corporate shill.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
He's been that for years, and it's fine. He's a shill.
He works for them.
Yeah, and he's
what do you want him to say? Oh, I hate this. What do you want him to say?
Look, I'm not
you want him to leave his job in the name of Robin Hood, and you're not going to steal from the customers. So I'm gonna do this on YouTube, even though I don't have the rights, and I literally can't do my job anymore.
Scott Hansen, it's fine if that's the career path you've carved out. I also have the right to call you a corporate shill. He's fun on the red zone, but I'm allowed to call you a corporate shill because you've been shilling for the NFL for a decade on these broadcasts.
No, that's not a shill to me. A shill to me is someone like people are accusing Pat McAfee of it, right?
Because they're plastering his show like a NASCAR.
Because Pat McAfee was, I'm never going to change when I go to ESPN. If you have a job through a company and you owe, I don't know everything about Scott Hansen, you owe a really great life to this company. Why I do not expect anyone, especially nowadays, Kyle, I was telling you before the show about these numbers I'm seeing about unemployment and how many jobs are actually open right now. I'm not going to get on Scott Hansen for relaying a message and saying, guys, it's not going to be that bad.
Sure. Again, this is just one example of Scott Hansen being a corporate shill. I can go down the list. There's one that was personally offensive, which is just him on the red zone ignoring the Deshaun Watson thing for years, just never addressing it because the NFL didn't want to do any of that. We're just like, here's
the massages?
Yeah, he's like, and here's Deshaun Watson's debut for the Browns. I was like, okay.
Okay, well, we don't have time.
Look,
okay.
Again.
Yes.
But my point is, it's the Brent Rooker conversation we were having a couple weeks ago when he had the point that was like, I wish that energy could have been directed on the field. And you made the great point.
Yeah.
Brent Rooker was on his way out of the league and got his big contract from the A's and is the face of the A's organization.
Yes.
Brent Rooker can be that, and I'm allowed to say he was shilling for the A's.
Okay.
You know,
sure.
Scott Hansen has made his career at the NFL Network and doing NFL Red Zone.
To me, I feel like that's built-in shilling. If it's built-in shilling, then it doesn't hit the same way for me. Pat McAfee, who I'm going to be me and welcome to the program, that to me is a more upsetting.
It's a hypocrisy is what bothers me.
That's really, that's what it comes down to. And I'm not saying that my science is perfect. I'm just saying that's words.
Yeah, it's you're okay with people. You're okay with people being corporate shills.
Like if Steve Ballmer wanted to give me $28 million, I would say, hey man, Steve is let's wait for all the facts first. I would do that.
Yes, I agree.
And you would come over to my shill-filled mansion, eat my shill-filled food. That's what you would do.
Yeah, look, everyone has a price. Some people's price is to buy my morals.
Yeah.
I have a price. Everyone has a price.
What's
Scott
your
Hansen
price?
has a price.
What's your price?
Probably a little higher than yours, but
what is that supposed to mean?
I'm just saying.
I give you my price right now.
What is it?
Okay. Now, when we say morals, there's a line with morals.
Exactly. Depending on what you're doing, the price is going to fluctuate.
Yeah. If $5 million a year, Steve Ballmer's a great guy.
And
he might be a great guy. He just knows how to do the limbo on some of the rules.
I'll give you my example as someone who enjoys doing this sports thing.
Okay.
If I had Scott Hansen's job, I'd be shilling for the NFL just the same as him. I would be doing.
Okay,
yes.
well, as long as you admit that, then it's all good.
But I'm still allowed to call him a shill because Scott Hansen is a corporate shill. Scott Hansen is, you know how they say nobody's bigger than the shield? Scott Hansen walks around with the shield in front of him. Yeah. And again, it's fine. He's the body and voice of the NFL Red Zone. I get it. But we can still be angry when he's trying to corporate convince us, oh no, the whole thing, everyone's going to be fine with commercials.
He's the last person. And look,
when he's been
fine if we disagree, he is the last person I have a problem with.
Look,
what would you rather him do, Kyle?
No, you're talking about McAfee with the hypocrisy thing.
Yeah.
It is a hypocrisy with Scott Hansen, not Scott Hansen himself, but when you've gotten on television and told people for 17 years and your catchphrase is 7 hours of commercial-free football starts now.
But that's what it was.
But now you're going to lie and say, oh, people are going to be fine with commercials.
What did you want him to say?
I'm saying either you acknowledge that, hey, we're going away from commercial-free football, or you lie to us like he did. And it's fine that he lied to us.
They are going to be fine. Everyone is going to be fine.
Yeah, but
because there's no other option.
Sure, but everyone's mad, and it's fine that everyone's mad.
Ridiculous.
It's look, just because Disney bought the NFL Network and has to justify the insane price that they paid for it, they now have to add commercials to the dumb NFL Red Zone. Look, that's a corporate greed decision. You wanted to buy the NFL Network. You wanted to partner with the NFL. Now you have to sell advertisements on their products.
Yeah, then sell them.
Yeah, and the customers are the ones who are going to have to pay for it. Yes, that is how corporate greed works in America. But people, to your point, are still going to buy the Red Zone, and they're not going to be, because it's still a good value for what you're getting. Like $10 a month for the Red Zone is great.
All right. Now you will hear Brendan and I have a great conversation, exclusive conversation with one of the up-and-coming stars here in Sacramento media for the next hour, breaking down all things Kings, and he does bring up the Keon Ellis trade. This is where it all began. We will be back closer to the 1 o'clock hour. Do not move. I'll read your text even if you still send them. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
This is Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports 1140, and the big deals are rolling in at Folsom Buick's GMC's end of summer sales event. Right now, take home the 2025 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab Denali with $13,500 off MSRP, or lease it for just $699 a month for 24 months with $5,999 due at signing. This is your chance to drive the bold and powerful Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, built to stand out on the road. When the summer ends, so do these deals. So don't miss out. Visit FolsomBuick.com today.
Hit the field during Sky River Casino's $400,000 touchdown for a truck giveaway. Play slots and table games daily to earn entries. Then join in on the action every Saturday for a chance to score up to $15,000 in free play or a brand new 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500. Visit skyriver.com to see how you can get 100 bonus entries every Tuesday and Friday. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or over.
At Valley Strong Credit Union, we know that local businesses are the backbone of the Central Valley, investing in our neighborhoods, boosting the economy, making the Valley stronger. But when it comes to their finances, where can they turn? A big bank that just sees another number? That's not good enough. Valley businesses deserve Valley support. Payroll, credit, cash flow, and everything in between. Valley Business is Valley Strong. Learn how our cash management services can support your business at valleystrong.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Free to go. Still here. Taking you up to 2 p.m., most likely. And Will Z Stats, who does great work for Sports Illustrated, covering the Kings, writing for the Kings, had this to say. He wrote an article. Are we all undervaluing this Sacramento Kings star? The Sacramento Kings may not be great this season, but they have a former All-Star who often gets overlooked in the NBA landscape. The Sacramento Kings have a lot of questions heading into next season, mainly around how they will navigate their overabundance of shooting guards, but also about who will be on the team long-term now that Scott Perry has taken over the team. One of those guards is Zack Lavine, who is arguably the best of the bunch out of Lavine, Malik, Keon, and Devin Carter. While some fans are urging for Ellis to start, Lavine will likely get the nod at the starting two-guard spot once the season gets underway. Could you imagine, real quick? We haven't had that discussion. Could you imagine Keon Ellis and Dennis Schroeder starting with Zack Lavine on the bench? That'd be crazy.
I cannot.
That would be something else.
That would be just even more infuriating that they traded De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah. That's likely due to him making $47.5 million next season, which everyone will be quick to point out. But it's also because at the end of the day, Lavine can straight up score the ball. Last season, Lavine averaged 23.3 points, 4.3 rebounds, 4.2 assists, 51.1% shooting from the field, and 44.6 from three. He may not bring much in terms of defense, and he doesn't stand out as a passer or rebounder, but Lavine is one of the best shooters in the league. And in a league that values the three-point shot now more than ever, that's not a skill to take for granted going into the 2025-2026 season, especially with first-year head coach Doug Christie repeatedly saying he wanted the team to take, I forgot about this, upwards of 53s per game last season while he was the interim head coach. According to StatHead, Lavine is just the third player in league history to shoot at least 7 threes per game at 44.6% clip or better. The only two other players to do so, Duncan Robinson, when he shot it at 44.6, and the other is the one, the only, Steph Curry, who did it 2 years in 2013 and 2016. That's pretty good. Steph, enough. That's pretty good company for Lavine to be in. But even after a nearly historic shooting year, he still has the same rhetoric around his name. People still point out his injury history and defense and his contract while mostly ignoring his elite skill set. When looking at the Kings and how their roster is made up, it makes sense that everyone is so skeptical. No one expects the Sacramento Kings to do much in the loaded Western Conference next season, but Lavine is the type of scorer who can single-handedly carry a team for a handful of games. Great stuff there, and there's more to it if you want to check it out on Sacramento Kings on SI from Will Z Stats. Great stuff from Will. I don't know that we have been undervaluing Zack Lavine. I feel as if I've tried to do a good job of giving Zack Lavine his just due. I also feel like we just need to see more, and the problem is we just need more from him, right? What he did this past season, I don't know. I mean, I feel as if that is a pretty good second option. What Zack Lavine just did, an extremely efficient second option. That's how I'll say it. And that's great. It just is not enough, or has not been enough in the Sacramento Kings. The question has become, can he take that next step? When Will says he can carry an offense for a handful of games, well, how long is that handful? Right? Can that handful, can he use two hands now? Can it be two handfuls of games? Can it be a basket of games? Can it be a larger number of games? Because that's why people go back to the contract. It still doesn't add up the same way. That's the issue, and that's always been the issue. And I don't necessarily think that – we know this real quick, just a joke. Real quick, I don't think Zach Lavine's getting anything under the table. That is all above the table right there. we don't got to worry about Zach Lavine getting anything under the table.
Wouldn't that be so fun? Not in Sacramento because he obviously just got here, but when he got traded, he had like a trade kicker.
Yeah.
For 15% increase on his deal. Which, by the way, Chicago Bulls, why?
Yeah,
why would you give him a 15% trade kicker on top of a max? But anyways, he waived the trade kicker in order to make the trade happen to Sacramento. How Sacramento Kings would it be if we found out on the next Pablo Torre finds out that the reason he waived the trade kicker was that Sacramento started a fake company under the table paying Zach Lavine?
What were the fake? I mean, the tree planting in LA. If that doesn't say Ozark, I don't know what the tree planting. I guess what are you planting the palm trees?
So I remember this company being a thing. It's actually funny that the Pablo Torre reminded me of like Robert Downey Jr. doing those weird commercials for them. But the idea was like athlete or celebrities or famous people would essentially eliminate their carbon footprint, right? So they'd calculate how much carbon they produce a year and then plant a certain number of trees to offset your carbon footprint, which, by the way, just sounds like a scam. But I don't know where they're just getting hundreds of millions of dollars in investing for this idea because anyways, the whole company is funny, but it was a real company.
Yeah.
Just had a very strange mission and a lot of apparently money laundering.
Yeah, it was real. And, you know, as far as Zach Lavine is concerned, I'm looking here and I get it. It's not the same, your percentage against the cap. I understand it, but they have the annual. He does keep dropping with the more players get paid. Zach Lavine does keep dropping. He's tied for 18th, it looks like, or it's a little bit different because I have it based on AAV. But you have some guys here based on that. You get to the 40s where Zach Lavine is at and his annual, and they might not be counting his player option. I feel like they probably are. But Zach Lavine does keep dropping down the list, and he's around. These are the types of players he's around now. Now, I get it. When he got paid that and the percentage against the cap, I understand. But just from a dollar amount, you start with Chet, right? That's 47. You got Chet at 47, Paolo 47, Pascal 47, Domantas Sabonis 46, Franz Wagner 44. Now again, these are averages, so that's why it's a little bit different than what he will get next season. But Franz Wagner 44, Scotty Barnes 44. Then you have Zach Lavine at 43. Luka's at 43. Obviously, he's about to get that Supermax in a couple years. Trey Young, 43. OG Anunoby, 42. Jaren Jackson, 41. LaMelo, 40. Tyrese, 40. James Harden, 40. Brandon Ingram, 40. Kyrie, 39. Ja Morant, 39. Zion Williamson, 39. And I get it. It's not apples to apples based on when they got signed. Desmond Bane, 39. I mean, and you break it down that way, and maybe there's a little copium happening here. It's not as jarring. Now, the 47 next season, that's still crazy. But if you're averaging it out, it makes you feel a little bit better. The thing is, you have to get that Zach Lavine, right? It doesn't feel terribly egregious. It's not worst contract in the league level if he's that Zach Lavine, which leaves a very small margin for error. But as far as him being the 2024-2025 Zach Lavine, I don't think it's horribly egregious. It's an overpay, but I don't think it's horribly egregious. Now, do you think he will be that Zach Lavine for the next 2 years, specifically next season when he opts into that $47 million? We'll have to wait and see. But as it stands right now, that average being at about $43 million, That Zack Lavine we just saw, it's an overpay, but it's not a, oh, holy cow, that is insane overpay. It is just, yeah, he's making more than he should, but there are a couple guys in the league making more than they should.
Yeah, we've talked about this before, is that if Zack Lavine were making $30 million, no Sacramento King fan would have a problem with him because he is a number 3 option on a very good basketball team. If you look at the numbers, the efficiency he was putting up, the fact that he was an all-star on a Bulls team that got the 6th seed in the East, and I know it's the East, and we figured out that they would have been a 9-10 play-in team if they had been in the West that year, but on a decent Bulls team that won 46 games, he was the number 2. So he can be a number 3, I think, at this stage on a team that wins 50 games. The problem is he plays for Sacramento, where he is, yes, the second best player, but also because of the style of play Sabonis plays, is often required to be, or will be required to be, the number 1 scoring option this year. So that kind of lowers the ceiling. I'm kind of just looking up players, too, who are on their 3rd contract, right? Because you mentioned like Maxey and LaMelo and guys like that, but it's tough because on the 2nd contract, you can only sign for a certain percentage of the cap. But like the guys in his group that's like, this is their 3rd contract and they got the max, it's like Larry Markkinen, Paul George is on his 4th contract, Jaylen Brown is on his 3rd contract and he got the super max. Karl Anthony Towns is on his 3rd contract and he got the super max. These are players who I'd say in 2022 were kind of, other than Devin Booker, were kind of all in the same kind of group as each other. It's just now Karl Anthony Towns and Jaylen Brown are all NBA guys, and Zack Lavine is, I'd say, a fringe all-star at this point in his career.
Yeah, and I would say this. Be careful. Look, there are lines. Don't get me wrong. There weren't a lot of people that were willing to trade for Zack Lavine, but they were out there. Let us not forget that same organization that everybody lauds as the gold standard, no pun intended, and everybody should try to be like this squad and like this org. The Golden State Warriors were interested in Zack Lavine. They knew they were going to have to overpay for somebody. And I think there are multiple ways to get something done. And Zack Lavine and Jimmy Butler, they do 2 things in completely different ways. You're paying both of them a lot of money. If you were to ask me off top, I think Zack Lavine more so fits what the Warriors, in theory, tried to do. The Kings got Zack Lavine, and the rest is history. As far as if Zack Lavine has a season like this, could there be somebody that convinces themselves, hey, he could kind of put us over the top? If he's having the same type of season, I know it's a lot of money, but one of those Eastern Conference teams, and we've done it with DeMar, and we've done it with Malik, and we haven't really done it with Zack Lavine because of that money. There might be somebody, if they have that money available. Now, the problem is, how do you make a move like that during before the trade deadline? Where are you going to find that type of cash? But there's somebody out there, or I guess there could be somebody out there that finds himself in that position. It's the same kind of teams we've thrown out before. If they think it's a better fit, right? If they think, and again, I don't know how this money would work, but if the Raptors think, hey, Zack Lavine, even as an overpay, fits better than RJ Barrett. I know you still got to find $20 million somewhere. Then RJ Barrett, and enter other name that's making about Jakob Poeltl, right? Jakob Poeltl at $19.5 million, and RJ Barrett. Hey, we think Zack Lavine with the squad that we currently have makes more sense than RJ Barrett at that small forward shooting guard position. I don't think it's likely, but I think anything's possible.
Well, let's throw out another example. At the deadline, I can't remember who we were talking to about it, but the Bucks, before they traded for Kyle Kuzma, they were thinking of flipping Chris Middleton's contract to land Zack Lavine.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and again, they ended up pivoting to get the financial relief, but if Milwaukee at the deadline is like, hey, we're just desperate for scoring.
Yeah.
Lavine's playing at an all-star-ish level, let's say an Eastern, where he was in Chicago last year, a fringe all-star in the East, then maybe it's worthwhile to just dump Kuzma and dump, I don't know, Bobby Portis and just say, to heck with it, we're going to try and put Lavine and Giannis together and see how it works. Maybe they do that. I don't think they would. Maybe the Hornets are better than we think, and they're like, hey, let's just big three, LaMelo, Lavine, and Brandon Miller. We have to try and see if we can get these guys to some ceiling.
Don't get me wrong. I don't want anybody to get, because Kyle, I didn't even tell you this. I posted, my kind of lead into the show. This was on Thursday with Brett Siegel. And I said, calls coming in for DeMar, or the Bucks calling for DeMar. That's all I said. And Brett Siegel retweeted it. I think because Brett has a pretty loyal following as far as a newsbreaker is concerned. It found itself in the Bucks, in the Bucks news cycle. So a bunch of Bucks fans have been retweeting what I said. Hey, has somebody heard about DeMar on the Bucks? So that's been going on for about a week now. I will get some posts saying, is there any update on DeRozan to the Bucks? So I'm not trying to start anything, and this is not likely, but if Lavine is having a season like this, and all right, cool, we're up against it. Same conversations we've had with DeMar DeRozan. We're up against it. We get Lavine in January. He's going to opt in. It's a ton of money. You still, look, here's the other thing. Klay Thompson, he showed us. And Kevin Durant is a great example of the whole Achilles thing. He's also one of the rare examples of the Achilles thing that season you get back, right? And even he would probably tell you he wasn't exactly right. So Tyrese Halliburton and Jason Tatum, they're going to be back in 2027, but we don't know what it'll look like. They're going to still be getting their legs out from under them. There could be a lot of Eastern Conference teams feeling, no, we still have the momentum, right? We still feel like we are a team as they're getting their sea legs under them. We still feel like we have an opportunity. So it's not as if everybody's just going to go all in for this season. And then after that, we're just chilling and no, they're back. The Celtics are back. Everything is back. And the Pacers are back. I don't think that's the case at all. On the other side, he makes a lot of money. It's a position that is not look the best value-wise, right? We just talked about, just go get Anthony Simons. Okay, I understand you could do all that. I think Zach Lavine is better than Anthony Simons. I think Zach Lavine is the Charizard of that archetype. He's getting paid like Charizard, the hologram edition, but he is the best version of that.
He's getting paid like he's planting trees.
Yeah, he's getting paid, but it's all above the table with that. I'm looking here, Kyle, and I know they're trying to move on. Could it be, if I'm the Heat, I know they were trying to give up Terry Rozier for a half-eaten bag of Sun Chips, but if I'm the Heat, I like that $26 million in order to, if I wanted to match something else. Because if it was, I'm just looking here, obviously they got Norman Powell. They probably wouldn't do it because Norman Powell, Zach Lavine, a smidge redundant, but there are teams out there that might want to make a pivot. Trust me, it's a heck of a lot of money, and it's not likely.
I can find 3 teams that it would be like not a salary dump situation. 3 teams where they're like, oh, we actually think Zach Lavine fits our profile. It's Toronto, like you said. Mm-hmm. I think that would only happen, though, if we come back and Grady Dick is like just not it. Mm-hmm. And they're like, oh, actually, Grady Dick profiles more as a backup than he does a starting 2 in the future. So, again, like Toronto would need some things to happen. You would have to, Milwaukee, as we mentioned before, would probably be one of those teams. And then the other one is probably Charlotte. If Charlotte gets off to a hot start.
Yeah.
Now, do I want Miles Bridges anywhere within a 10-foot pole of Sacramento? No, I do not. But that would kind of be the situation where they're like, hey, Miles Bridges and Colin Sexton, you take our problems, we'll take your problem, and we'll figure out the rest later kind of situation.
Now, look. There is another team. This guy is looking to be paid, and it's a name that we've brought up before. And it would have to mean that this point guard who never really, from what I've seen, doesn't really do too many point guard things. He's outstanding defensively, all team defense. What was he? Second team all defense, right? He's young. He's only 22 years old. But if Dyson Daniels starts to show us, if we start to actually see Dyson Daniels on offense, because the only time you see Dyson Daniels on defense, and he's outstanding. But if you see Dyson Daniels can actually play the point guard position, and you say, all right, we need offense, and we need a different type of offense, Trae Young to Sacramento, Zack Lavine to the Hawks. Let's get it done. Zack Lavine's a clean 2 years. We don't got to worry about the connection to Trae Young. If the Kings want to, I know the Kings were not interested in Trae Young this last go round, but if they want now, I've been on the fence about Trae Young this whole summer, right? I'm sure you can find me contradicting myself on Trae Young because I don't know. I really don't know. But if you want to keep this never say die attitude, I was just telling Baby Styles a couple days ago, never, you never quit, right? I was on my Chippo in the backyard trying to actually make one of my chips, and it took me about 3 hours. I said, this is what when I finally made it, I said, look, Baby Styles, this is how you do it. You never quit. So if the Kings want to go never quit scenario, you would get Trae Young, and you would have to give him an extension, but then you would have DeMontis, Trae Young, who I do think would be outstanding offensively together, might just be a nightmare defensively, but you could go, I know you got Schroeder. Schroeder is a little bit expensive. You move off of Schroeder, go get you somebody go get you another wing, another forward, somebody like that, and you go Trae Young, Keegan Murray, DeMontis Sabonis, and wherever you go next after DeMar. I think that's interesting. So that's a team where if the Hawks say, hey, Dyson Daniels can play point guard, let's move on from Trae Young, and we do need offense, so let's go get a Zack Lavine for a couple years. We're going to overpay, and then we'll just be young and stink and probably get another top pick. Oh, and in the meantime, we'll have a little playoff run in the East.
Yeah, and the Kings might have to include some draft picks to make it happen, but it's kind of the same philosophy. Yeah, it's tough because, like, if you're Atlanta, wouldn't you rather just, like, say, hey, Trae Young, you can hit free agency kind of situation?
Probably.
That's kind of the tough situation they find themselves in.
So, Trae, what is it? He's at, same idea. Him and Zach,
they're
both
basically
at 2 years.
The same price tag, 1 year and a player option.
1 year and a player
option.
The
only difference is Trae Young might opt out of his player option. Zack Lavine, there's no way he's opting out.
Yeah, and I think the Trae Young thing, it's the same type of deal. So I hear you, Kyle, but it's less. You would know, everybody would know what it is. Zack Lavine would know, I'm here for 2 years, and then I'm going to hit free agency. It would remove, and Trae Young, there have been reports about the distraction thing, which I don't know if it's overblown or not. It would remove the awkwardness, if you will, which is a level 1 awkwardness compared to a Jonathan Kaminga. But it would do that. And you do need, if Trae Young is just, you know what was funny? I got into it with the texter. This is a couple months ago when I used to do that. I'm a reformed man now, so I don't do that anymore.
You've got a second child.
I'm on the way. It could be any second now. But I got into it with a texter because I said, Trae Young is hunting assists, right? And the texter said, Allen, you sound ridiculous. If you get assists, what do you mean hunting assists? If you get assists, then obviously you're just doing your job, making the team better. Why are you trying to make that a negative? Did you see that thing going around with Trae Young, and I think it was Tyrese Halliburton, when the NBA changed the scorekeeping to throwing the ball off the backboard, no longer being an assist, and then Trae Young chimed in and said, yeah, that's why I don't do that anymore. So even though it's fun for the fans to watch, Trae Young literally said, no, if it doesn't count for an assist, I'm not doing it. If that doesn't tell you that this man is hunting assists, I don't know what will.
Because he is.
He is. So if he's an assist, the assist hunter, if that's his bag now, right? And I'm saying this from a Hawks perspective, we need somebody to score the basketball. And I think Zack Lavine, I don't know, is it crazy to say that Zack Lavine is a better scorer right now than Trae Young?
It's close. I would say that's what Zack Lavine does best. I think They both suck on defense.
Trae Young he's a point guard. He's a better passer. I'm having some fun about the hunting assist thing. Don't get me wrong.
I'd say it's comparable. You know, I'd have to look up what Trae Young's final numbers were last year in terms of like true shooting percentage.
8,000 assists. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Trae Young, here you go. Same points, actually. 24.2 points, 3.1 rebounds, 11.6 assists, 41% from the field, 34% from three. He's only 35% for his career, Trae Young.
Yeah, he's been a volume shooter guy too, which is tough. But as we mentioned before, Zach Lavine, this is the more interesting point. So the efficient field goal percentage, which basically says, basically just says 3-pointers are worth 1.5. It's telling you Zach Lavine is at like 60% and Trae Young's at like 49%. So I will redact my point and say, yeah, Zach Lavine is the better scorer than Trae Young.
Hey, if it's a stat that helps my argument, then I'm all for it. Oh, wow. We got to get to the other side. And when we do, let's keep the conversation going. 916-339-1140. Are we undervaluing Zach Lavine? And we'll follow up on
on here.
I would
Perry's
never
first moves. No, I don't blame you.
I would never
It's
look.
kind of our whole job.
Well, I was reading a text that said it's kind of depressing that we're talking about the Russell Westbrook thing. And, you know, we've talked before, what would you grade Scott Perry on this offseason? And yeah, and Kyle said I didn't expect all 6 core players to still be here. Yeah, with that being said, for his first move that we heard about outside of the draft to be, yeah, we're trying to trade Malik Monk for Dennis Schroeder, I understood why some fans felt, excuse me, come again? Yeah. I beg your pardon. One more time now?
And now, wait, we're trying to move off Malik Monk so we can sign Russell Westbrook?
Yes.
And to be fair, I don't think that it's that. And by the way, I think it's very fair to question. Like I said, it's kind of our whole job here. The tough scenario is that Scott hasn't done that much. And so there's nothing to really evaluate, right? And it's hard to be like, hey, you just inherited this team this offseason. You've done nothing. And so that's a mark on you for that being the case. It's like, obviously, this is all market dependent and everything. Wow. Where did we start with that?
You're talking about the moves that he was or wasn't able to make.
Right. Yeah. And I think, obviously, yeah, just very dependent on what else is out there on the market. And I think it's hard to gauge when patience is a scenario that makes sense from the Kings perspective. But on the shopping Malik scenario that seems to have been going on a little bit this offseason, I don't think it's necessarily like, oh, we were trying to get Dennis Schroeder. And so Malik Monk was the first guy we were going to move in order to do that. We're trying to get Russell Westbrook. So in order to get Russ, we're going to move Malik Monk. To me, it seems more like they are just exploring the Malik Monk market. And sure, it would help in some of these scenarios. But hey, like you just talked about with Brett Siegel, maybe it's, if we really want Russell Westbrook, then we're going to create space by going the Devin Carter route, right? I think the Malik Monk thing is a little bit more separate from the other deals than it's kind of being talked about. At least that's just kind of the impression I get. Like, I think that there is an aspect of like, it would be easier for them to have Russell Westbrook on this team if they moved on from Malik Monk, right? That's how that deal could make sense.
Right.
But I also don't think they are trying to move Malik Monk in order to get Russell Westbrook. I think them shopping Malik is its own individual thing, is all I mean.
And why do you think they are doing that?
I mean, and you know, this is just reading tea leaves more than anything, right? I think the value of that position that Malik plays, this super six man, is kind of gone down in recent years. You know, when he reached the free agent market and everyone, myself included, thought that he was going to get outpriced by another team, that never happened. There wasn't more money out there for his archetype, maybe him specifically, but I say his archetype in my mind, because you're seeing Cam Thomas a little bit, who I think is a little bit of a lesser player, but Jordan Clarkson was got for like nothing to New York. You know, I think that archetype of player is declining a little, and Scott Perry's coming in and trying to rework this roster. So to me, again, this is mainly just reading between the lines more than anything. I think that that's just Scott attempting to rework the roster rather than being like, again, I don't think it's we want Russ, so we're going to get rid of Malik to do that. You know, I think it's more of a, hey, we'd like to have Russ and we're kind of trying to move Malik. So maybe these two make sense.
But that is a perfect lead-in and a perfect segue, if you will, to the Jake Fisher news that came out today, because even though it's funny, they're both moves, quote unquote, for Russell Westbrook are disrespectful in different ways. If it's for Malik Monk, I think Malik Monk is better than Russell Westbrook right now. And I think Malik Monk is better than Devin Carter right now. But I think Devin Carter more so represents from a type of player standpoint where the Kings are trying to go. So to me, that's why this Jake Fisher thing, funny enough, as somebody who was not the biggest Devin Carter guy, in a weird way, it actually makes less sense to lose a 23-year-old Devin Carter, even if I'm not that high on him, for a Russell Westbrook, when you can make the argument, hey, if you're trying to shop Malik Monk anyway, it's not as if Malik Monk, nobody will take him. Clearly, nobody has met their asking price for Malik Monk. But whatever that asking price is, let's say they get closer to it and they were to move Malik Monk, and part of that is what they get back from Malik Monk. And in addition to that, adding Westbrook, that would make a little bit more sense to me, because I'm thinking, all right, we're doing all this vet talk. I'd love for Devin Carter to learn and be mentored by Russell Westbrook. Right. That would actually make more sense to me. And I came to that conclusion during the show. So I think a lot of people woke up and saw the Jake Fisher news and thought, oh, this is good. Moving on from Devin Carter makes sense. But me personally, I'm thinking, so now you're getting even older and you're moving on from a guy in Devin Carter who's only 23. Like I said, I get it. There might not be a lot of room for him. But I personally, if we're choosing between, if you're not going anywhere anyway, and if you're 1 win better or 2 wins better on Fanspo, doing this deal, losing Devin Carter for whatever, a couple second rounders, whatever the case may be, then I would say just hold on to the 23-year-old. And if you really are trying to move Malik Monk, lower the asking price, get Malik Monk, or move on from Malik Monk, get Russell Westbrook. I don't know how I got there, Brendan, but that's how I got there on the show.
I think that's kind of fair. I think more than anything, the Westbrook interest is just kind of weird, right? If you just had an open spot, sure, it would make sense. But to the logic that I was kind of outlining a little earlier, like, it does not make sense to me to be like, hey, we want Russ so bad that we're just willing to get rid of Devin Carter. We're willing to get rid of Malik Monk. Like, I would imagine that they're also, again, their own independent moves somewhat, and just trying to be like, well, what value, if we were trying to do this, these are our 2 avenues. So what could we get in these deals, right? You know, rather than like, hey, we're just trying to dump them so we can sign Russ. There's still also a consideration of what can we get in these deals individually as well. And it's probably a little bit easier to get the league out there to meet your asking price on Devin Carter than it is for Malik Monk, because I think, again, as we mentioned, Malik's a better player than anybody that we've talked about so far. And how Scott Perry feels about Devin Carter is sort of TBD. You know, I don't think I've personally gotten the impression, again, reading between the lines, that he necessarily like loves Devin Carter, asking him questions a little bit in Vegas. And, you know, we pointed out how Devin is very much out there for his defense. And I just think there's a lot of offensive questions with Devin still. Like, maybe the evaluation there, somebody that he did not draft, could be a little bit lower. And we'll see. It's not like Devin's value, I would say, necessarily went up in year one. It feels like it could honestly only really go up from here, but maybe it could go down. Like right now, there's still a what if, I guess. So yeah, I mean, I think your logic definitely makes sense. You want Russ the same way that we've had the argument of, is Russ taking minutes from these guys, or is he helping with a veteran leadership? And it goes both ways. He definitely would help Devin. But I don't know, like the Malik thing, I guess to your point here, it almost feels like Russ is supposed to take that Malik role in a way, of that backup point guard energy guy.
And it started with Mark Stein on Monday, right? Where we read his piece and them saying they were looking for different avenues, and Malik has been a model citizen and he loves the city of Sacramento. All of that is great, right? But when it comes to keeping him and Russell Westbrook, that doesn't make a ton of sense. And I understand what you're saying. Look, the thing is, Devin Carter, Keon Ellis, Nick Clifford, you're not going to have all three of those guys on your team. You're just not. And I don't think that you should. It's more so losing Devin for Russell Westbrook that doesn't make a ton of sense to me.
No, I agree. You want to hear my hot take here is, of all the guards, they probably should be also taking calls on Keon. I don't think that the team is in a position where Keon,
I got in trouble for this about a month ago.
You get in trouble for a lot of things.
That's also true.
Keep up,
that's also true.
Be careful, Brandon.
I just think that, listen,
Be
I love
very
Keon.
careful with
I love
what you're
Keon.
about to say.
I swear
get you.
I was one of the first on the Keon fan club. All right. I'll give credit to my guys, Drew and Skylar out there, but I swear that I was right there, one of the first on the fan club. And I just think that when you look at the current iteration of the team, Keon is a very good player that helps winning teams, right? I don't think he's raising your ceiling very much necessarily. Sorry, raising your floor very much, but he's more of a ceiling raiser. I think a high-end championship caliber team could look at him and be like, hey, we really like that guy. And he just may be the guy that, of all that we're talking about, you might get the most value for Keon. If there is your Josh Giddey for Alex Caruso deal, I just think the Kings are in a spot where, like, hey, if you can get younger talent with more upside, which kind of is Jonathan Kaminga, but not really where I was planning on going with that. But I mean, I just think that it should be a conversation, that they should be exploring it.
I don't know what happened when you were stuck in traffic today. But
yeah, man, the 50, it's all the time.
This is exactly what got me into trouble.
You're welcome.
This is exactly what got me into trouble. Because it makes sense. It makes sense. Keon Ellis is a guy that is perfect for a team that is ready to win.
Right. His next extension that everybody's like he needs to get, which I agree, is going to be what, 3-4 years, right? Are the Kings competing in the next 3-4 years?
Brendan.
Or are we just going to have the conversation again about Keon?
I got killed.
At some point.
I got killed.
I guess my counterpoint, Brendan, is that question relevant to signing him to an extension?
I think that it could be. I'm not saying they need to do it right now. They could do it prior to the extension where Keon, I mean, at that point, Keon would have a little bit more control in trade conversations, right? Getting to say, like, telling those teams that are inquiring, I will or won't sign here. But I think my point stands whether he has the extension or not.
Okay. Yeah.
And especially if he does not sign an extension, then you kind of have to move him.
Could that be part of the reason? Do you think it was all connected to Dennis Schroeder, why they picked up his option? Just real quick before I say what I was going to say.
No, not necessarily. I don't have the most clarity on it, but I also think that it's just one of those scenarios where, like, I know Keon fired his agent because he didn't feel like that was a great deal for himself, but he did sign that. And, like, if you can have that guy playing for $2.something million, it's pretty beneficial to the team.
And when did Keon fire his agent?
I believe that was this offseason. Or it may have been in the middle of last year, but it was within the last.
We talked about it when it happened.
As long as he doesn't go to Clutch.
No. He already went somewhere, and I'm forgetting where it is. But he was with a very small. Keon was his previous agent's biggest client.
Yeah, he had to. You level up.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Okay, he's with the big boys now.
Exactly.
I can't believe you went there, Brendan. And this was unprompted.
It was very much unprompted. And I'm not getting on a soapbox saying they should trade Keon Ellis. Yeah. I am saying that they should take calls.
This is
for sure.
This is the same thing as you were wearing that incredibly random.
I know you love this
burgundy
red hat.
A's hat that I don't know. As a baseball guy, I hate the hats that don't have the team colors. But I digress. This is the same thing that I said with and when I initially said it, it was about Malik Monk being a luxury that the Kings can't afford to have right now if they can get value back, and it doesn't seem like they're getting crazy value. But it's the same thing I said about Malik Monk, and I compared Malik Monk to Mason Miller, and people got on me about that comparison. The A's stink. They need more pitching. If they're able to get starting pitching for a closer when you don't have a lot of opportunities to close because you stink, that's just how it goes. Keon Ellis is a really good player. Unless you think there is some ceiling out there, which I don't know how the brother's going to get to the ceiling on this team with 12 guards. But if you think there is an untapped ceiling where he's going to be one of those dudes for you in the future, cool. But his trajectory is a 3-and-D guy that could really help a contending team right now. Unfortunately, that's not where the A's are at. That's not where the Kings are at. It has nothing to do with how I feel about Keon. And it's incredible to me, and this is mostly Kings Twitter, it's incredible to me that they either just don't want to hear it because they like Keon and it's a great story and he's a found money player of the century, or they just don't understand it. It's very clear to me. This has nothing to do with Keon. This is where the team is at. You need talent. You need talent. And the crazy part is, Brendan, if you really and nobody's saying, that these guys were untouchable, but no, for Kaminga, oh no, you can't do that. Oh no, you can't do that. You can say the same thing about Keegan.
I was going to go there. I was going to go there. There are no untouchables on this team, and it's not even really close. There's
the same thing about Keegan.
There's absolutely no untouchables on this team, and that's not even going, the full extreme. Oh well, there's only really like 5 untouchable guys in the NBA. Luka just got traded. No, even if you go a little more like broad with the untouchable term, there's nobody on this Kings roster. The closest guy is probably Keegan. No, but he wasn't a Scott Perry guy.
But that's when I got cooked because I said, so you're telling me that the 6th man on a team projected to win 35 games is untouchable? All right, bro.
Yeah, I mean, again, okay, so the Kaminga conversation, I think, is one thing, right?
Yeah,
and that's where that came in a little bit.
I asked for that.
But yeah, I mean, certainly not untouchable. And again, I'm not saying it should be open market. Hey, best deal we are selling Keon for. It should just be listening to offers is all I'm saying. And I think you should be doing that about absolutely everyone, honestly, Keegan Murray included. And that's who you're most inclined to hold on to. I think that you should be inclined to hold on to Keon, but you should listen to these conversations because the reality is they're a team right now where we have no clue who's going to be on this roster in 3 years. There's nobody I can confidently tell you is going to be on this team in 3 years. Keegan is probably who I feel the best, right? After that, I don't know, Nick Clifford,
Maxime will be a top 4 in the league.
Yeah, so. Obviously. He'll be Laurie Markkinen 2.0 by then.
Chasing a bag.
Yeah, of course. Daquan Plowden is going to be taking over the league by then.
Love Daquan. Shout out Philly.
But when that's your reality, I think you need to be trying to get as much young potential talent as you can. You don't have a number 1 on your team. And that is the hardest part of the roster building process that you need to figure out. So in the meantime, I'm shopping everything. That's
it. When we return, we'll ask Brendan the question we asked all of you yesterday. What would Brendan do if he woke up today and he was I don't know why we're trying to trade everybody today. But next up, and Brendan Nunes started this last week when he was on for an hour, but you were evaluating all the different players on the Kings and the directions you would go. And it's more so about, hey, should anything be off limits, right? Or should anyone be off limits? I've said Time and time again, the answer is no. The answer is no to me. So I want to know where it starts because obviously Keon being on a contract, them picking up the option could be an unrestricted free agent. But let's just assume for this exercise, this is a team that is going to grab Keon, sign him to a 3-4 year deal. And, similar to the Pascal Siakam thing, let's just go from there, right? So they're willing to give up a decent bit. So as I'm here on Tankathon, and we still need to run the Tankathon for us, I'll just do it.
Stop clicking.
No, yeah, man.
I don't know.
Okay, no, like I told you, it's kind of broken. And every time you do it, the first time it stays at 8. But the second time, it went up to 2.
So you ran it twice.
I ran it twice because I think it's broken.
Well, one counts for Monday, one counts for Tuesday.
That's right. That's right.
We were gone yesterday. So we got an 8th and a 2nd. So Darren Peterson time.
Hey, and I saw some Darren Peterson film. And I might be in. Great name. Great name. Okay.
So you went from awful name bust to one highlight package.
Okay.
Great name.
So
surefire hit.
As I look at the other teams here, once you get the end of the lottery, right? Where does your line start? Let's do this backwards, because Keon doesn't make a lot of money. He could just get added for this exercise, or some random player that also isn't making a lot of money. So where does it start for you? As I'm looking at the Oklahoma City Thunder, who gave their draft pick to where the Wizards have their draft pick. So we're not going to do 30, but I'm going to start from 30 and make my way down. All right. So I'm going to skip over that because Washington, they would not be interested in Keon, because why would they? They're far away. Let's start with 29. Okay. Now, obviously this game could end quickly if you're okay with it, but Denver calls you. They're going to be in conference. Denver calls you, says, hey, we're going to give you our 29th pick for Keon Ellis. Kyle, yay or nay?
I would like something a little bit more, so I'll go nay.
Okay. I will also go nay for 29th.
I guess, can we throw in Peyton Watson?
Keep Peyton Watson away from this team. Okay?
Can I get one of the young guys you hate?
No, that actually lowers the package for me.
Hunter Tyson?
Julius Strother actually makes the package worse.
You just hate all of those young nuggets.
Crazy.
Hey, now.
28th pick. The Cleveland Cavaliers call you. And now let's just go straight pick, no players. Keep it simple.
No, thank you. I will pass.
With the 27th pick, hey, it's Sam Presti and my cool glasses. We want to trade you the 27th pick for Keon Ellis. We think that we just want to make our defense even better.
And he's cheap.
You want to do that deal?
I do not personally, but the Thunder also have 7 billion draft picks, so maybe one of their 4 other picks.
Right. Well, there's more to come across.
They have 4 picks, so let's wait for a better pick.
The New York Knicks calls you, Mike Brown. Hey, I know I didn't play him, but I'm ready to play him now in New York because we need someone. We'll give you the 26th pick for Keon Ellis.
I will need a little bit more.
Okay, we're going to skip over 25 because that's Charlotte. Now we're at the Lakers of Los Angeles, the 24th pick. Hey, it's us. You know who we are.
Ew.
We want Keon Ellis, and we'll give you our measly 24th pick.
Well, while the idea of adding Marcus Smart for salary matching purposes is appealing, I will respectfully have to decline. No, thank you.
Hey, it's that team that everybody loves besides Allen with the 23rd pick. It's the Minnesota Timberwolves. We want to pair Keon with everybody else. And we only want Anthony Edwards to dribble the basketball at all points and times. We'll give you the 23rd pick for Keon.
23rd pick by itself? No. 23rd pick and Terrence Shannon Jr.? Might have to think about it.
Hey, it's Sam Presti again. And now my glasses are different colored. Now we have the 22nd pick. And we're going to give that to you for Keon Ellis.
I know you have at least 2 more picks higher than this, so let's wait it out.
Hey, it's Mike Dunleavy Jr. and that team that you're a rivalry with, but nobody wants to admit it, specifically in the Bay. And we need to get younger because Steph is 47 years old and Jimmy is 48. With the 21st pick, we want Keon Ellis, and we want to give you number 21. Yay or nay?
I will not be able to sleep at night, so pass.
Hey, it's the Atlanta Hawks.
No, just move on. We're not doing any more deals with the Hawks, okay? The Hawks have taken Kevin, no more trading with the Hawks.
Hey, it's Nico Harrison. I just got cussed out at a restaurant.
That was amazing, by the way.
That was terrible. I hate stuff like that.
That was crazy.
People need to figure it out, man.
Why was he just the window open? Why was he just sitting at anyways, continue, Nico.
Nico. Okay, hey, it's Nico. And I'm tired of getting berated at restaurants. So I ran into my office to make this trade so people will like me more. I'll give you the 19th pick for Keon Ellis.
I just don't think that Dallas would do it, but I would think about it.
Hey, it's Sam Presti. Now I have 2 glasses on at the same time.
I knew you were coming around again somewhere.
And we want to give you the 18th pick for one Keon Ellis.
Allen Stiles, I believe this is finally the time where I will say, yes, I will consider this trade. I'm trying to think what dudes deep. Can we just get one of the deep bench guys for the Thunder? Like even the one Presti doesn't like.
Well, now all of a sudden, Cason Wallace is good.
Well, yeah, Cason Wallace is a lottery pick.
Well, who's the other one that was playing but stopped playing because of Cason Wallace? You know who I'm talking about.
Aaron Wiggins?
No.
Kenrich?
No, this guy cooked my prop talk. You know who I'm talking about.
AJ Mitchell?
Nope. He's, yeah. He doesn't look like AJ Mitchell.
I'm not sure I know which one you're talking about.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Kenrich?
No.
Yeah, I don't know. Isaiah Joe?
Isaiah Joe. That guy cooked me. They just decided to stop playing him. We'll give you Isaiah Joe in the 18th pick.
I'm in. Not for I don't like Keon Ellis purposes, but if you have come to the conclusion that you are not going to be able to compete during whatever contract extension Keon Ellis is going to get, then he will be perhaps the most valuable trade. He will be one of the most valuable trade assets at the deadline because of how little he makes this year. That $2.3 million for a contending team is potentially going to be very valuable, and you might get a trade offer that after you sign him to an extension, you will never be able to get again. So I'm at least thinking about it. Isaiah Joe in the 18th pick, I'm at least thinking about it.
Yeah, and, you know, I've said this before. You can look at it. You look at Keon's ceiling. You look at your timeline. And sure, you can say, hey, this was someone who wasn't drafted, two-way guy out of the G League, and we flipped that and turned that in to Isaiah Joe and the 18th pick. That's pretty good value. And I use the comparison when you buy a home. And sometimes, hey, it's good to hold on to your home forever. Everybody wants property, but there are people out there that can't pay 2 mortgages. And you can use that money, pay off some debt that you may have, right? And still have enough to give you a kickstart for your next home. Success looks different. And it doesn't always have to be, and that's the same thing. No, we're going to try to struggle and hold on to our home because we're supposed to hold on to property no matter what. No, we're going to keep Keon Ellis because he's our found money. And we got to keep him no matter what, even if our timelines don't really match up for what he projects as. No. We have to hold on to him. No, you don't. and I'm not saying to move off him, but if you can get a mid-first rounder, I mean, we're sitting here especially in Sacramento, everybody thinks everybody's going to hit. Nick Clifford's going to be great. He was 26th pick. Maxime Reynaud, second rounder. Dylan Cardwell is going to get time. He was undrafted. Isaac Jones, he's going to get time. He was undrafted. So you go get an 18th pick. A lot of people feeling like that's something that Scott Perry can do work with.
Well, and the other part of it is we have the logjam at the guard position, right?
Yeah.
And so people are talking about trading Monk or Devin Carter. But if you
Isaiah Joe is a point guard or listed as a point guard.
Isaiah Joe also will not be on the team for very long.
Well, you want
it. Yeah, I'm fine with Isaiah Joe.
I didn't know he was a point guard because I've never seen the brother dribble. All he does is take shots.
Corner threes.
When nobody else is in the same zip code as him. Continue.
We talk about clearing out the logjam, but if you believe that Devin Carter has a higher ceiling than Keon Ellis because Devin Carter was the 13th pick in the draft and some people thought he was going to be a top 5 pick, then his role on this version of the Sacramento Kings that are going to have Zack Lavine for at least another 2 seasons is that Keon Ellis role, right? If he's going to be a role player on this Kings team, it's going to be basically in the exact role Keon Ellis is in right now.
Yeah.
So if you're making the call that we're going to get younger, Keon Ellis is, again, I understand why everyone loves Keon Ellis and for great reasons, but does he fit the timeline if you're trying to if this thing doesn't work out and you're trying to retool on the fly, he could be pretty valuable at the deadline.
I've said this since the beginning of summer, and I got destroyed. But you know what? I'm still waiting for baby number 2, and I don't give a bleep right now. Okay, it's the truth. It's still the Kings' fault that they're in this position where they have to move on from Keon Ellis, or they may feel like that. But it's not a bad place to be. At least they have somebody of value. You can look at it like that. When we return, so are we going to do the thing with Arch Manning because he stunk? Are we? Should we? Allen Stiles, Tankathon Sports.
If you've got a gas pack.
You soon, Brendan.
Appreciate you, bro. Good luck with the little one.
Thank you so much. On the other side.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When shopping for a new car, what do you want? A great selection? A low monthly payment? More for your trade? At Northern California's best Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, you get it all. Model year end savings are going on now. Drive away in your favorite Honda. It's savings you just can't say no to. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on the results of the study, recognized on June 18, 2025, USA Today's list of California's top car dealers 2025.
Bring the whole family to Sutter Health Park for Sacramento River Cats baseball. It's more than a game. It's an experience your kids will never forget. Enjoy exciting action on the field, delicious ballpark food, and fun activities for all ages. From meeting Dinger the mascot to running the bases every Sunday, there is something for everyone. Create lasting memories with your family this season. Get your tickets at rivercats.com.
Need cash fast? Tap into the value of your home with a home equity line of credit from Valley Strong Credit Union. Whether it's for home improvements, debt consolidation, or that dream vacation, you can get your cash offer in minutes. That's right, just minutes to unlock the power of your home's equity with no hard credit pull to see how much cash you can get. No stress, no waiting, just smart local banking that puts you first. Grow your possibilities with Valley Strong Credit Union. Visit valleystrong.com to get started today.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember,
For the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Get a great deal on your new Silverado at the Maida Chevy Silverado Superstore in the Elk Grove Auto Mall. Maida Chevy has a great selection, great factory financing and incentives. And with great Maida Chevy savings on every new Silverado in stock, you'll see why everyone is saying, find your great deal at the Maida Chevy Silverado Superstore in the Elk Grove Auto Mall. Online at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584.
Priority Tax Relief.
KHD 1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140. Texting 916-339-1140.
On Sacktown Sports.
And we back. Great meeting. With all the bosses, all the big bosses, man, let me tell you.
They're talking a lot about Allen Stiles.
Well, no. Hey. Don't put my business out on the street like that. We just play the game the right way. Unlike crooked Ballmer and Kawhi the Crook. What was it?
Ballmer,
gotta be careful here. Like we said, we had a great meeting.
Ballmer. $30 Ballmer.
No.
$30 Ballmer.
You're lucky we had no extra time because I was going to throw you under the bus to everyone in that meeting, including our bosses.
Ballmer the Bamboozler.
And Kawhi the Crook. No, none of that here. Great stuff. 2026. And you know what? Before we even get to 2026, 2025, we have a lot of great stuff planned. We really, really do. Kings season is around the corner. We just need the Kings to give us something, man. Talked about hope with the young players. Talked about hope with the young players before we took our little breather. We played some really, really good stuff from Brendan Nunez, who called me out during that meeting for continuing to blame the trade Keon thing on him. Well, Brendan, it was your fault, and you brought it up first, so I will blame it on you. But a lot of great stuff. We talked about the young players. We had a lot of movement last season. It was a very tumultuous season. I don't know if this season, there's no way we're going to match that, and I don't think we want to match that. Like I said, it's the compartmentalizing that might get us through if the Kings don't surprise us, right? Maybe they do surprise us. But if they don't and things don't look great, then we can kind of pick and choose, use it as a buffet. Today, I'm going to focus on Nick Clifford. Today, I'm going to focus on Maxime Reynaud. Today, I'm going to focus on Keon. Today, I'm going to focus on how Keegan looks, guys like that. So we'll see how this whole thing unfolds. There's still a part of me that believes that they will start out 13-7 and shock the world to start the season. And that would be a great, great start to everything. So we'll see what happens.
Let's go 2025. It can't be worse than how the first half of 2024 went.
I'll tell you what, though, from a radio perspective, I'm taking this season over my first season any day of the week. I'm sorry. Because there's just stuff happening. That first season after Beam Team season was so boring. So boring. Up until the most exciting thing about that season was Lucas saying he should have drafted me. That was the most exciting thing. Then he proceeded to end the Kings season by flopping on Malik Monk. I can't remember if that was before or after. But that season was so boring, and we had to do all these trade talks. Nothing happened. That was the height of the Cam Johnson stuff. I wish that it went differently for the Kings from a record perspective last season, but this season, but 2025, that was a content king like me. That was a dream come true. I'm sorry it was.
Last year was perfect except no playoff revenue.
That's it. All they needed was to beat the Mavs team with no Kyrie and a Ja Morant team that had a new interim coach. That's all they had to do. That's all they had to do.
I do have one more complaint, which was losing in the play-in, firing Monty McNair, and hiring Scott Perry all in between one show.
Yeah.
Could have dragged that out a little bit longer.
I'll still take it. Compared to 2024, I'll take it. So as we head into the rest of 2025 and, of course, 2026, we are really excited. And I know there's somebody out there wondering, why are you still here, Allen? Look, I'm not going to get too detailed with what's going on. Things are happening, okay? You never know. But things are happening. We're a little bit, I guess yesterday was a due date. So, those due dates, they've been arbitrary anyway, right? We're in the area. We'll see what happens.
It's really 40 weeks is when
that's right. We'll see. I'm here now. We're rocking and rolling. We got some texts. We're opening back up the phone lines because we are back live. We have plenty of NFL to get to in the first couple hours. Look, man, the Cam Thomas signed. He is betting on himself. And Nerlens Noel, what was that? $40 million, something like that. Nerlens Noel had turned down and never ended up getting it back. His season or his career riddled with injuries. That season specifically, never got that money back. Cam Thomas, look, are we actually surprised though? Because Cam Thomas is the guy who he thinks he should be getting Jalen Green money, and he's at least putting his money where his mouth is, saying, I'm going to prove this, all right? It's more than I can say for Steve Ballmer and Kawhi. I already forgot their nickname. At least he's putting his money on the table, whereas Steve Ballmer is putting money under the table. That's what's happening there.
You got to get those handshake agreements in while you got them.
A wise man once told me, and I don't know how many people have heard of this rapper, and Kyle, we can come back with this from after the break, which is in 30 minutes because it's a commercial-free talk. For those 30 minutes at the top of every hour here on Sacktown Sports, your number one sports leader in Sacramento. Ace Hood once said, to put it simply, don't get caught slipping because it might go down. And that is what is happening to Steve Ballmer. The brother got caught slipping.
Yeah, I don't know if we can pull that Charles Barkley clip to kind of explain it, but it's like, look, don't commit crimes with checks.
Yeah.
Don't just get cash, man.
Yeah.
The problem is not that you cheated. The problem is you cheated bad and you got caught. And so now you're in trouble because you were bad at cheating.
No paper trail.
Or the money laundering scheme you wanted went bankrupt.
This is what we talked about. Be your construction worker friend that we always talk about. Everyone's got that construction worker friend that only gets paid. I know they're cracking down on Venmo, but Venmo, Zelle, or straight cash, homie. You start messing with the debit cards and the credit cards. You can't have that type of paper trail. We all got that friend that just does not have to pay taxes because all he does is work and get paid in cash. That's it. That's it. Steve Ballmer did not get the memo there. And now this whole thing is slowly but surely going to unravel. How deep the rabbit hole goes, that is what we are very, very anxiously awaiting to see. Zack Lavine, I know one of the clips that we played while we were in the meeting, one of the clips was Zack Lavine and whether or not he is undervalued, overvalued from Will Z Stats, who wrote that for Kings on SI. Look, I think Zack Lavine is going to have a heck of a season. I really do. Let us not forget, this dude was coming back from injury. He felt like he hadn't played in 2 years. All he had to do, you talk about mental fortitude. For 2 years, people just talked about how Zack Lavine was an overpaid bum. That's what they said about Zack Lavine for 2 years, and he couldn't do anything about it because he couldn't play. That's the worst. I get upset when I see one texter talk trash about me. Now, I don't have as much money as Zack Lavine, but I still get upset. So he had to deal with that 2 years straight. This guy's he's the worst contract in the NBA, right? Bull season comes around. He can finally play. He's balling out. Nobody cares because it's Zack Lavine and it's the Chicago Bulls. He puts up crazy numbers, 50, 40, 90 type numbers. Then in the midst of having a kid, he gets traded, not across the country, but to a different coast, to where the Sacramento Kings. And not only does he get traded to the Sacramento Kings, who recently lost their head coach, the man that was said to be their franchise for the last however many years, who was picked above Tyrese Halliburton. Okay? Tyrese Halliburton. He gets moved. They move on from him. Hey, well, we got Zack Lavine now. Zach, go do your thing. And you know what? Zack Lavine was the same exact guy that he was in Chicago. He did the same exact thing. The same exact thing. So the all-star conversation, whether or not Zack Lavine is overpaid, look, it is what it is. I understand it, right? The value is the value, and I get why people aren't happy about the contract. But Zack Lavine as a ball player and the season he had last season, if he can do that, the overpay is nowhere near as egregious as once thought. This fool was getting paid this type of money and not playing. That's different. That's different, okay? And fool is endearing. I'm sorry. I let it slip out. I'm very excited. I say that to my friend.
This guy,
this dude.
This guy, Zack Lavine.
This guy, Zack Lavine. You're getting paid this type of money, not playing. So that all started it. And I do think, and we've seen this before, we talk about it with Domantas Sabonis, things start to sway. From a couple years ago with the Beam team, Domantas Sabonis is way overrated. You know, all these naysayers talking about him being overrated. Then it flips. Now all of a sudden, Domantas Sabonis, because they haven't been in the playoff picture, is the sixth best big man in the Western Conference. Are you kidding me? The sixth best, and his numbers have not even really changed that much. So Zack Lavine, I think, is poised to have a really good season. Is it going to be better than last season? I don't know about that. I don't know if it's going to be better than last season because it was a heck of a season. But he will, I believe, he will show up every single night. He will be at, 22, 24 points a game. And they're going to be conversations about, it's that contract. It's tough, but there will be some level of interest. I think there's going to be some Eastern Conference team that at least entertains it. Will a move happen? I don't know. But
come on, Charlotte.
Something. And that's not to say I want to move on from Zack Lavine. That's not to say I want to move on from him. But it more so is about how confident I feel that Zack Lavine is going to have a good season. Not talking all-star, not talking, and look, all-star in the West is a bit different. I think he would have a season, maybe that's the way to say it. I think Zack Lavine will have a season where he we'll have the conversation. If he was in the East, he would have been an all-star. That is how I'm feeling right now. Now, obviously, I'm in a good mood coming off of this this great meeting that we had and looking at what we've done so far. And I think all the listeners, we couldn't have done it without you. But that's how I'm feeling right now. It'll be, oh, well, if he was in the East, he would have been an all-star. That's the type of season I'm seeing from Zack Lavine.
Well, that's kind of where he was last year. I mean, it was him or Tyler Hero for the last all-star spot. So I think maybe we got to adjust expectations a little bit more. Like, he's probably going to have to be the top 34 player that NBA 2K has him ranked as in order for this to be somewhat worthwhile. Because I think in the modern NBA, we talk about, like, okay, you can only afford to have 2 max contract guys, right? So in theory, if every team had 2 max contract guys, there would be 60 max contract worthy players in the NBA, right? If that's how we look at it. Well, if you have Sabonis, who's ranked somewhere between 20 and 30 as your best player, and Lavine, who according to our friends at The Ringer is ranked somewhere between 50 and 60 in terms of best players in the league, then you have a team that's probably going to finish 20th to 30th in the NBA, which is to say the bottom 10. So you're looking for either Sabonis to get better or for Zack Lavine to get better and bridge that gap of a back end number 2.
Look, like I said, short term, the West is a mess. We understand that. But I think that there will be some exciting notes, especially early on in the season. And we still have a young, I wouldn't call it young core. That doesn't seem right. Because when I think core, I think the guys getting the main playing time. So I wouldn't call it a young core for the Kings, but I'll just say a group of young players or young up-and-comers that we can all be excited about. Well, from the new to the old, you may have missed this news, but Trey Lyles is taking his talents overseas. He is headed to España.
Trey Lyles movement.
That's right, to play with Real Madrid. What a season. And Kyle, I thought you did a great job just really highlighting, look, how impressive it is. I know we live in this world where you got to be an all-star, you got to be an MVP, you got to be a champion for anybody to care. But you have a 10-year career in the NBA, and that's not to say Trey Lyles is done, but you have a 10-year career in the NBA. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Well, he didn't. Well, and I felt like I maybe got too caught up in that watching Trey Lyles when I got dropped into the Kings situation from a non-context sort of view, which sometimes there's no context needed. A lot of people wanted Trey Lyles to beat out Harrison Barnes, and he didn't for the most part. But you take a step back now that he is headed somewhere else and his time with the Kings is officially done. That is the point in time where you can say, hey, Trey, thanks for the good times. And that's exactly what I'm saying to Trey Lyles. Here's the crazy thing about the NBA is that Trey Lyles, we don't know, this whole thing came out and then we went to the meeting, but we don't know if Trey Lyles turned down any NBA teams. But this is why the NBA is so weird. And this is the type of stuff that Jeremy Lin would complain about. And this is the type of stuff that Carmelo Anthony would complain about. Isaiah Thomas is asking somebody to play at some point each season. And we discuss how it's not about necessarily being better. Life is about timing. Trey Lyles is better than Dario Saric. So I don't know if this is about money, if maybe Real Madrid was willing to pay more money than the other teams that were interested in Trey. Maybe Trey didn't like who else was out there. Maybe he didn't have any other NBA offers. But, going back to that old saying, if you're good, they'll find you. I always hated that because I don't necessarily think it's true. I think it takes a little bit of editing. If you are a first-round talent, they will find you. If you're good, they might. You have to do things and put yourself in a certain situation in order to be found. In the situation of Trey Lyles is good enough to play in the NBA. Why he's not playing in the NBA this upcoming season, maybe we'll find out, maybe we won't. But the fact that you look at this and say, wow, Dario Saric is playing in the NBA and Trey Lyles isn't, that must mean Dario Saric is better than Trey Lyles. It's not always that simple at all.
Sometimes it's a mistake, right? I think giving Dario Saric a 2-year contract when the Nuggets didn't even play him like the beginning of year one, is a mistake, and you're just kind of correcting for that. If Dario Saric gets bought out by the Kings or traded as a number in a salary trade again, then he probably goes over to Europe as well. I thought that maybe the Knicks made sense for Trey Lyles, if only because I think they only have like 11 players on their roster right now, and the reason Trey Lyles stayed in the NBA as long as he has is because of that season with Mike Brown and Jordy. I remember, interesting, I can't remember who told the story, but it was like Trey got to Sacramento in the Bagley deal, and then Mike got hired like 4 months later or something, and Mike told him like, hey, when we scouted against you, we always knew you were pump faking on the three.
Yeah, I remember this.
And then he was like, just shoot the three. It's going to change the way people defend you and open things up kind of situation. And that was probably the biggest correction Trey Lyles had. So it's like, I thought going back to Mike, which was the reason why he stayed in Sacramento after his free agency in 2023, I thought that would have made sense, but I guess the Knicks weren't interested, or maybe he loves this Real Madrid team, because I just pulled up the roster.
I mean, let me just say, there's worse places to be.
They got Facundo Campazzo at point guard.
It scared me for a second, but okay. Wasn't he MVP?
Huh?
Wasn't he MVP?
I don't know.
Who else do they have?
They got Mario Hezonja. Remember him?
Yes.
Bodied LeBron that one time.
Yeah, well, get in line. They all did.
Remember Chuma Okeke? Orlando, Auburn?
Yes, he was nasty in college.
Yeah, he got hurt. He's still around there. You remember Bruno Fernando? He was with the Raptors for a little bit. I mean, this Real Madrid team, add Trey Lyles in at the starting four. I mean, this team's cooking with gas.
You know, you mentioned something, Colin. You probably didn't even know what you were tapping into. Look, it's over now. I think the Knicks were a good shout because of what you did say. I do wonder, Trey was one of those, let's not forget, Trey was one of those players during that team meeting where Keegan apparently said more than everyone expected him to. Trey Lyles was the one, and it was in the midst of some stupid losing streak they were having, but Trey Lyles was the one that went to De'Aaron Fox and said, hey, I'd like to have a player-only meeting. Now, why Trey Lyles was going to De'Aaron Fox, I'm leaving him alone. He's in San Antonio. He's very rich, and he can probably buy the Riverwalk. I'm going to leave De'Aaron Fox alone. I don't want to, but I'm going to. Trey Lyles being one of those leaders from a bench position, something we didn't talk about a lot, and I used to joke, y'all telling me that Trey Lyles is this dog because of a fight he got into with the Bucks 2 years ago, because that was all that the Kings had at the time. For whatever it's worth, I do wonder if maybe Trey wasn't interested in returning to Sacramento. Was there a little bit of, I'm not fully a Mike Brown guy, but I think that I've had my time, right? When you see other people leave a situation, how many people, their bosses leave a job and they might get poached or whatever the case is, but hey, y'all left, right? When one person leaves the court, they kind of started, or you go to a party. You know what I mean? You've already done the cake. They've opened the gifts. And all it takes is that one person to say, yeah, I think we're going to get up out of here. We got to clean a diaper or whatever the case is. And then the avalanche happens and everybody leaves. I wonder if Trey, without Mike Brown being there, if he was maybe more so on that side and said, look, I'm actually going to make this easy for y'all. I think that my time in Sacramento has run its course. I don't know. Maybe he wanted to stay. Who knows? But you made a good point bringing up how he had that connection to Mike Brown and maybe it didn't work out in New York. But on top of that, all right, I'm looking at my options, however many they may be, but I think I've had enough of the Sacramento Kings experience. I'm good there.
I think he was a Mike guy, right? And I don't think he was a big fan of how things went down at the end. And it's not to say people were thrilled with how the season went, but, not everyone was sad when Mike got fired. I'm going to go out on a limb, not knowing 100% sure. Some players were not sad with De'Aaron leaving at the trade deadline.
Well, yes, I know. Yes, that is for sure true.
So to that point, if Trey came back because of what they did, Trey Lyles before getting to Sacramento had a career that I like we're talking about different stages of NBA career. One of my favorites is plays good minutes on bad teams and little minutes on good teams.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of his career before that. And then the Beam Team season was the first time he was playing a role on a team that was actually competing in the playoffs. I looked it up one time. I think he had only played like 28 playoff minutes before arriving on the Beam Team. So it was one of those situations that it just was, he finally had found a role on an NBA team, kind of like what Bobby Jackson had said.
Yeah.
And then after that, I mean, 2024 that you called a boring season aside, after that, it just wasn't the same thing anymore.
Yeah.
And the role changed on Trey, and Trey also was a Mike Brown guy.
A couple guys hopped in there. You had the Jake LaRavias. He even the DeRozans, because DeRozan was kind of playing the 4 at times. He had his look. Again, this is a positive Trey conversation. That opportunity, even though he was getting paid less, that he had that opportunity when they decided to re-sign Harrison Barnes and do things internally. I believe Mike Brown, even though he really loved Harrison Barnes, I believe he would have done what was necessary if Trey beat out Harrison Barnes, and he didn't do that. He didn't. So after that happened, the next season they bring in DeMar. Now they move on from Harrison Barnes, but you bring in DeMar. DeMar's playing a ridiculous amount of minutes, and then you bring in a Jake LaRavia, and then you bring in Valanciunas. So Trey's role, it's almost similar to what happened with Keegan to a lesser degree. They both had a year. They both got a year to take that leap after Beam Team season, and they didn't do it.
Well, I guess the other thing that I forgot to mention with Trey is that he also got hurt during that season.
Yeah, he was hurt.
Team.
Yes, had very bad injury luck.
Yeah,
to say
so
it like that.
They had the same kind of role outlined for him, and then he got hurt and, was kind of playing through the injury the rest of the season.
209 says Cam Thomas accepting the qualifying offer will encourage Kaminga to sign his. Warriors are cooked, glazed, and ready to be sliced. Or are they? 209. Also, let's get to some of this NFL talk. A little in-style, out-of-style. Nick Sirianni, give it a rest. You too, Jalen Hurts. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
The Sactown Sports 49ers report is brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, conveniently located besides the Vacaville outlets. The 49ers start the regular season this Sunday on the road up in Seattle. San Francisco is looking to get back into the playoffs after a disappointing 6-11 season a year ago. Brock Purdy is ready to go after signing a 5-year, $265 million contract in the offseason, and Christian McCaffrey is feeling good after an injury-riddled 2024 campaign. Catch the game this Sunday beginning at noon right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with RVs of Sacramento and the Sled Museum of Science and Curiosity. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
Get in on the action at Sky River Casino. With over 80 table games, the hottest slot machines, and a thrilling high-limit room, you'll enjoy a casino experience on a whole new level. Just minutes from Sacramento, right off Highway 99 in Elk Grove. Join in the fun. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino. Visit skyriver.com today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm tired of being broken. I'm sick of feeling hopeless. Way down here.
Hey, this is Jelly Roll. This National Recovery Month, start your recovery journey. Choose a proven addiction treatment option that's right for you at choosechangec8.org.
High Voltage Live boxing action returns to the venue on September 6th as Uppercut Promotions presents 6 big fights featuring undefeated fighters. Thunder Showdown September 6th at the venue at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Tickets at Ticketmaster. Fight cards subject to change.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
From the text line, and we still have prop talk, by the way. We still have final Super Bowl and MVP predictions. Okay? We still have that coming up for you, and Whitey Gleason's going to join us in about 15 minutes. 209 says Cam Thomas accepting the qualifying offer will encourage Kaminga to sign his. Warriors are cooked, glazed, and ready to be sliced. Well, 209, there's a reason for both sides. And I know it sounds like the same thing, but there is a reason for both sides to feel good and bad about what Cam Thomas did. The biggest difference, and this is actually on the side of Kaminga, not the Warriors. Cam Thomas is on a team that is bad right now. If you are not a Cam Thomas fan, and maybe the Nets aren't Cam Thomas fans, and they think Cam Thomas can shoot 30 times a game, we don't care because we're actually trying to lose, right? I don't know that this is even a developmental year for the Nets because they're still trying to get in their guys. And they got Michael Porter Jr. for some odd reason. So go ahead, Cam, make your money. Now, the report was from Nets Daily that they're not going to feature Cam as much, or that's what is thought to be the case. Go ahead, Cam, get your money. You're helping us lose anyway, even though Michael Porter Jr., the owner, whoever, said that he's going to he can lead the league in scoring. So
I think as a scout.
Yeah, the Nets are a complete disaster. And I feel bad for Jordy Fernandez, relatively speaking. He's an NBA coach, but I feel bad for that situation. The difference is the Warriors are not trying to lose. So Jonathan Kaminga has signed the qualifying offer. They cannot throw him in a closet. They can throw him in a closet until Jimmy Butler has to miss time. And this is not even wishing injury or anything. Jimmy Butler's not playing 82 games. Steph Curry's not playing 82 games. Draymond Green's not playing 82 games. So Jonathan Kaminga knows you're going to need me at some point. And when you need me, that's when I'm going to create my highlight reel. That's when I'm going to take my value to the next level. So that is, and I'm not even, I guess in that argument is not even disagreeing with you, 209. The only thing I will say is on the Kaminga side, the Warriors could posture and say, we are going to a level, do what the Nets are trying to do, and we're not going to feature you as much because Steve Kerr doesn't like you. And it's going to be hard for you to add value. Your value is not going to raise because we're not going to put you in a position to raise your value because we don't have any type of investment in you. But it all comes back to the fact that the Warriors have to be off the top of my head, a top 5 oldest team in the league. Just from having Draymond, Steph, and Jimmy, Kaminga is in a much better situation than I think they're both in decent situations for different reasons. If the Nets want to find a way to ice out Cam Thomas, they can more easily do that than the Warriors can with Kaminga, because they needed Kaminga last season and they'll need Kaminga this season because the average age out there is about 34 years old.
Well, the interesting thing, too, with Brooklyn is beyond the 5 first-round picks that felt like they all played the same position as Cam Thomas that they made, is that they also added Terrence Mann, which I don't really know what to do with that.
Yeah.
Like, he's making $16 million a year. He should theoretically play for them.
Bizarre.
They've also got Haywood Highsmith now, which we'll see how long he makes it, or if they
Very
just
bizarre.
tell him to sit down. It's easier to tell Haywood Highsmith you're not going to play and be the veteran mentor guy, but they added a lot of pieces, and I don't know where Cam Thomas fits into the picture, because if they thought Cam Thomas was a one of the 7 core players on the team, they probably would have paid him like that. There was no reason not to.
All right, Kyle, let's make our way over. We're talking about a fair or foul situation with Cam Thomas. This is in style, out of style. If you have it ready, Kyle, fair or foul, if you will, as well. We're going to get to this Nick Sirianni, and I can't believe it. So apparently, Nick Sirianni didn't know.
In style.
Thank you.
Out of style.
Completely, I'll give my take on it after, but this is Nick Sirianni trying to explain that he didn't know it was banner night. So we have conflicting stories, whether they chose to not participate in banner night or whether they just didn't know it was going to happen. Here's Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, I didn't know it was banner night. We won't be out for that. We've had a good training camp. I think we had good OTAs. I think our habits are going in the right direction, and that's.
I didn't know it was banner. When else was banner night going to be?
Yeah, I didn't know it was banner night. We won't be out for that.
This is the type of stuff I'm talking about, standing on business. If you're not going to be out there for banner night, just stand on business and say the corny lines that you said to your team. I can call him a liar. Don't
be that guy.
Don't be that guy and put us in a position to where we have to question, are you telling the truth or not? Because how? I know it's your first Super Bowl, but when else would banner night have been?
Have we done the debate of is Nick Sirianni a good coach thing before?
I've defended Nick Sirianni because I'm a rah-rah guy, and I love a rah-rah guy, and I think rah-rah guys get disrespected. And, a lot of people, he rubs a lot of people the wrong way. But this type of stuff right here, will you just stop at Sirianni? It's just old. It's old. Look, if you don't want to go out for banner night, say the corny lines you said to your team. Say, you know what, we're turning the page. Yeah, we don't need to see the banner. Yeah. Give us a version of that. Don't tell us you didn't know it was banner night.
So,
because here's the thing, even if you didn't, they could still go out.
Yeah, you could still do it.
The game hasn't happened yet. It's not as if you're at the game. Oh, the banner's coming down. I didn't know.
Look, this is the thing with Sirianni, right? When they won the championship, it's like, oh, look at this guy with his rah-rahs and his statements.
Yeah.
And that one stretch, what was that? In 2023, when they went 1-8
Everybody
to finish
hated
the season. They were going to fire him.
Yes.
After going to the Super Bowl the year before, they were like, we got to get rid of this guy.
Because the rah-rah guys, I think that, not everything is quantifiable, and, he's not the offensive guy. It's a Dan Campbell thing, but he won, and we don't know what to do with it. He doesn't get, I don't think, the level of respect he probably deserves, Nick Sirianni, but this type of stuff, the word of the day is compartmentalize. I don't mind Nick Sirianni. I actually kind of, using this word again, find him a bit endearing because he just is who he is, and he feels like that's what Philly is because he annoys people and gets under people's skin, and maybe he's doing it to me right now. Just say you didn't want to be out there because we're doing some corny turn the page thing.
So here's kind of my thing with Sirianni is he is kind of like the CEO head coach. He's basically Ed Orgeron, if that makes sense. And I say that because when Ed Orgeron hired great people and brought in great talent, Ed Orgeron led the greatest college football team any of us have ever seen. He had the dude that's the offensive coordinator for the Bills. He had him as his passing game coordinator at LSU. Like, that's just an insane, great hire kind of situation. Sirianni, did you know that there are 3 Sirianni assistants that are head coaches in the NFL right now?
He's got the tree.
And he's got Fangio as his DC right now. So, like, when he hires good coordinators and Howie Roseman gives him good players, which he's had literally every year he's been on the Eagles, yes, Nick Sirianni looks like a good coach. But when he hires Matt Patricia as his defensive coordinator, they want to fire him.
Now Matt Patricia is giving college kids nightmares. That's what he's doing now. So, Sirianni, out of style. Will you just stop it? Just stand on business. Okay, and if we're missing something, we'll see tonight. I don't know. Tyler Stiles will probably be screaming in my ear, but I'm going to turn the captions on and attempt to find out what is actually said. And I cannot wait tomorrow to break down, what do we call it, Bannergate? We're going to call this Bannergate.
Bannergate.
What is going on? Are they going to get word they chose not to? Or, funny enough, Bob, they didn't know the banner was coming down today.
Well, Sirianni didn't know.
Yeah, and he didn't, and none of his team knew or anyone on his 8,000-person coaching staff.
So what I'm going to need you to do is at 5 o'clock, I'm going to need you to put on NBC just for the banner ceremony until Toddler Styles yells at you to put American Ninja Warrior on.
Oh, my goodness. I know. I might have to whip out the laptop today because she just fall in the water. All right, when we return, we still have Prop Talk, and we give our predictions on a Super Bowl champ and MVP. Mine kind of lines up. It's time, and I'll tell you why it's time for this team when we return. Now, Styles on Sports.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
There was a doubleheader in August, and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This weekend, Kohl's is giving away millions in Kohl's Cash in store. It's like you're getting free shopping money. At least that's what I tell my husband. Yep, you're just making smart financial decisions, one trendy sweater at a time. Plus, all month, enter our online sweepstakes at Kohl's.com for a chance to win $200 Kohl's Cash. Some exclusions apply while supplies last. Giveaway ends September 7th. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit one prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohl's.com for official rules and details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula? No. Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See, doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo? Absolutely not.
Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppable, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
The deals are on now at the model year-end sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save on year-end models and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Feel the earth shake at the Fall National Trucking Record Bowl, Saturday, September 13th at Stock and Dirt Track. Massive machines, raw horsepower, and dirt slinging action. Tickets start at just $15. Visit stockanddirttrack.com for tickets and info. Don't miss the action.
Listen to the 49er Rewind daily, brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza, the official pizza of the 49ers. Mountain Mike's Pizza, pizza the way it ought to be.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Kyle, I hope so. Whitey is going to participate as much or as little as he wants to, because if you're doing a Super Bowl prediction on your show, Kyle is going to be out tomorrow. Who would have thought Kyle would be the first person out with
Before
my intended
you.
due date
Yeah.
before me? So
Who knows? Maybe you're both out tomorrow.
Who
right?
knows?
Who knows?
You know, Frankie tried to put some mojo on me when we were talking after the team meeting that we had, and Frankie, he said he's got a feeling, and you know, Frankie, he's just got a sixth sense. So Frankie thinks that I won't be here tomorrow. That's what Frankie said. Okay, but we know Kyle Ledbetter won't be here tomorrow
and Monday.
It might both be me.
Because that slacker Chris Verlot is going to Oasis like 4 times this weekend, so I have to do the morning show.
Okay, so you will be here.
Yes.
You're in the building.
I will be flying into Sacramento at 10 p.m. Sunday and doing the morning show on Monday.
Why doesn't he stay on your show and then they get somebody to fill in for Verlot? Why do you lose your guy?
Why did we just have the team meeting? Vibes are high.
Okay,
that is above my pay grade. How about that?
All right.
I'm not even supposed to be here. I keep telling people I'm not even supposed to be here, but we're here now, and I'm glad I'm still here because we never got around to our Super Bowl predictions. All right, Kyle, let's get prop talk out the way.
The triumphant return.
The return. It's been so long. This is how, look, Brennan Nunez and Chris Watkins and Frank Carcel, they like to make fun of me about prop talk. Look, it's been so long. I got a bunch of updates on this app that were not around the last time I played, or last time my buddy played. Okay, when he sent me something so I could.
Last time we did prop talk.
That's right. So it's a completely different app now, but I'm going to stick with what I always do, Kyle. We're going to keep it quick and to the point. You know I'm obsessed with 2 things when it comes to prop talk and football: running back receiving yards and tight end receiving yards. Give me Jake Ferguson over 36.5 receiving yards. Our rule was you cannot take unders on the air. Jake Ferguson, 36.5. Give me the over. George Pickens, I don't know what he's going to be doing. CeeDee Lamb, the cornerbacks from the Eagles going to be all over CeeDee Lamb. So Dak's just going to have to be Dak and Dunk right there. And actually, those Saquon receiving yard. Check out the Saquon receiving yards too. My 2 go-tos, I'm going to go Jake Ferguson. Give me Jake Ferguson, 36.5 receiving yards. Take the over.
Okay, I like your vision there of taking the Cowboys.
It's the same vision every time I do football prop talk.
I'm going to go same idea, but counter to your point. I'm going to double up CeeDee Lamb, 6.5 receptions. CeeDee Lamb, 72.5 receiving yards. The reason is because all those Cowboys you just took are trash, and they're just going to have to feed CeeDee Lamb over and over.
So you're betting against me.
I'm betting against you, and I'm betting against White Cooper. Because White Cooper is going to have to be shadowing
Are you talking about
CeeDee
Cooper
Lamb.
DeJean?
Yes. I'm betting against White Cooper and...
See, I'm not saying that.
I think you could.
No, I wouldn't. I would not. I didn't know who he was talking about. I'm here with YT.
Yeah,
that's the only.
Yeah, Cooper DeJean.
Way to dig yourself out of that one.
And then jump right back on in.
All of a sudden, I say White Cooper, and you're just flustered.
No, hey.
It's like how I say White Dante.
Why do you want me to read you some?
All right, what about sacks? Can I do Eagles sacks?
Let me see here. I think you got to do it by person.
Oh, okay.
But here, I got you. You could do Dante. It's all 0.5, 0.2.5. That's not fun. Solomon Thomas. You don't want that. Here, let me give you the good stuff.
What's Dante Fowler? Oh, he's not going to get his sack.
He's not even on there, Whitey. Yeah. Oh, Dante Fowler, 0.5.
Yeah.
And it's a demon, so you get double the money.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, give me over 0.5 sacks for Dante Fowler.
Yeah.
All right, Whitey, are you going to participate with us for our MVP and Super Bowl pick?
Right.
All right, Kyle, you lead it off. Give me both, MVP and Super Bowl.
All right, I'm going to – well, obviously, I'm a Kansas City guy, so you know who's picking the Super Bowl. But this year is the year. Number 3, Lamar Jackson, third MVP, established himself as a great of his generation. He got robbed last year, so I'm thinking big things for the Ravens. It's going to be Ravens-Chiefs in the Arrowhead Invitational, and Kansas City is going to win. For now, I'll say the Eagles, just because it's the easy pick.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about the NFC.
But Kansas City, championship, Travis Kelce wins the ring and retires and all that good stuff.
And then they announced that their first child is coming.
Sure.
It's just they keep doing the thing, or they just get married on the Super Bowl stage.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Kansas City, 4th Super Bowl, the first team in NFL history to win 6 AFC championships in 8 years, and they will win their 4th Super Bowl.
Whitey Gleason.
I'm going with, I guess Kyle would call him White Joe Burrow.
No, there's a lot of White Joes.
Okay.
Not a lot of white corners.
I know what you're doing, but I am not participating.
Right. Joe Burrow, MVP this year, but in the Super Bowl, it's going to be Green Bay knocking off Lamar Jackson and the Ravens.
Enough with this Green Bay stuff. Is that because of Micah?
Has a lot to do with it, yeah.
Green Bay's really good, man.
Yeah.
Look, ever since Jordan Love cooked my buddy in Prop Talk, I'm done with Jordan Love. I'm done with him.
And he's also hurt.
Just stay on the field, man. Mm-hmm. Can you stay on the field?
Questionable for week 1.
That was a pretty ball. And he was on my fantasy team last season. So I'm not objective. Fine. Right, I'm not objective. All right. Whitey Gleason.
Yeah, what do you got?
Oh, you know what? Look, my favorite movie this year so far, I got to take you around the world, right?
Okay.
My favorite movie so far this year, Sinners. Haley Steinfeld. Soon to be Haley Allen. Great last name.
They already got married.
Oh, already. Haley Steinfeld.
She's not taking his last name.
She better not. Because she is a star in her own right.
More like Josh Steinfeld, am I right?
Josh Allen is incredibly motivated this season. He's heard all the talk. Fireball's finest. Mm-hmm. He's heard all the talk about this. Here, dang, take this MVP. You didn't deserve it. Josh Allen does the double trouble. He wins a real MVP to shut the haters up, okay? He does that because everyone says it should have went to Lamar. He wins that MVP. And I told y'all I've been watching that Dallas Cowboys documentary. The Bills, year after year after year, I'm watching this. I almost teared up looking at these confessionals of Jim Kelly. I'm like, this is so sad. Josh Allen, he does it. He brings it home. He says he can envision it. It's 5 degrees out there at the parade. Give me Josh Allen MVP. Give me the Bills as a Super Bowl champ and Haley Steinfeld right there by his side, arm in arm. It's happening. It's time. It's time.
Pardon me. This is your show, and I don't mean to be disrespectful. You may be 100% right, but you just given 2 of the worst possible reasons for your picks.
Why?
He's motivated. I hate that when people say, they're going to win.
Yeah.
Why? They're motivated.
And I'm doing
I did hope so.
No, but
and then the other thing is, the Bills are going to win because I was watching the Cowboys documentary and the Bills used to
here's the thing.
Cowboys.
No, but here's the thing. Sometimes this is the problem now. People get too analytical. Sometimes you just gotta go. You're
definitely not being analytical.
You just
I don't
gotta
know
go.
what it is.
This has been the best team in the AFC.
It's more like being ass-alytical.
This has been can you even say that on the air? This has been the best team in the AFC outside. And the Chiefs were not the best team in the AFC last season.
Disagree.
Okay, they did represent the AFC.
They were the 1 seed.
It's time. I can't do. Look, I told you I cannot be. There's two guys here, and Lamar, he continues to burn me. I want to go Lamar, but I got to take a break. I need a Lamar Jackson break in all regards.
And everything in your body just refuses to pick Kansas City?
Oh, no. It's not Kansas. Come on. Who are the right receivers?
Well, if you're picking Buffalo, I mean, who's going to knock off Kansas City in the playoffs then? Because Buffalo sure ain't beating Kansas City.
I think Lamar maybe gets over that hump.
Lamar,
but
so he
loses.
beats Kansas City just to lose to Josh
That's right.
Allen.
Joe Burrow beats Patrick Mahomes like a drum in the postseason.
That's right, but he's got no defense.
Except the one time he didn't.
Whitey, real quick. All right, great stuff all around, even from you, Whitey Gleason.
Thanks, Alan.
Whitey, did you see people were getting on me because I was...
Why?
I wanted to... The Nick Bosa thing, I've reached the pinnacle of success. Did you see that?
I did. I saw what you posted.
Everyone keeps saying he was asked about personal success. But last time I checked, Whitey, not that I think he might be one of the only, you never know, but doesn't strike me as a media-centric guy when his career is over. But like I said, you never know. Those former players, when they do those games, when they do those hits, whatever it is, what does it say at the bottom? If you've won a Super Bowl and a Defensive Player of the Year, what does it say at the bottom? It says Super Bowl.
Yeah, Super Bowl.
Don't you get, Whitey, personal success?
That's the pinnacle.
Don't you get your own ring? Like, Nick, what are we talking about?
I know. I did. I thought you were right. I defend you.
Okay. I'm just saying.
I got your back.
You do?
I do.
I don't know about that.
I always
You were trying
do.
to get me in trouble during the meeting. You kept nudging me during the meeting. I'm trying to pay attention.
Because the whole meeting was Alan's doing great. The rest of you, Alan's doing great.
I'm trying
Let's hear it again for Alan.
I'm trying to pay attention to them talking about me, and you were not allowing me to do so. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Drive Guys coming up next, taking you up to 6 p.m. Thanks to all the callers, texters, Sack Chatters. Thanks to Kyle, as always. Thanks to the guest appearance from Brendan Nunez, who for some reason keeps trying to trade Keon. Until tomorrow, we hope, secure the bag. Like the beam.
Don't forget about my podcast.
Dirty Dollar Balmer.
Don't forget my podcast.
Gotta go.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything